Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
All right, you guys, that was a bit of an uncertain lunch, and I have a cat on a cable. I need to move you so that I can move my mic. Please don't start playing with that cable. All right. I hope you guys had a good break. It was a bit of a touch and go kind of situation. At first, it was looking like it was going to be 2 p.m. East Coast time, which would be, noon Mountain time. Anyway, that they were coming back, and that turned out to be like almost an hour later. Whatever. So we are back. At the end of the stream in the morning, I forgot to end the poll and talk about the results. The poll that I had up was: does Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's age and inexperience make her more or less liable here? 55% said not a factor. 23% said it makes her more liable. 21% said it makes her less liable. I just wanted to share that with you guys before we get going. Also, there was a question that I missed before ending the stream. Louisa Sophie asked about propensity. Isn't propensity to lie to police also propensity evidence? It's not. Somebody's one specific instance of a lie in the past can be used for to rebut a witness's credibility. So it's one of those things that can be brought in as a rebuttal. So that's why it can be brought in if she testifies as a witness. Okay. So they're jumping right into the interview again. The way that they got into it was not the way that normally they do, which is like, the judge is like, is everybody ready? And, you're still under oath and whatnot. It's like, it was on the seal and all of a sudden you start hearing the interview. Anyway, we're going to get into it. Just want to let you guys know that so that you're not confused about what is happening. It took me a minute to be like, what is happening? And then I kind of put that together. Okay. Right. I think we're all ready. We've got all the things set up. Let's get to it, shall we?
And Sarah was leaving set to go get shit done, including some other stuff like with the knives and the knife holster and all this stuff. So it's just me running stuff on set with Nicole on a very prop-heavy day. And props includes food and everything, just so you know. So we had a whole table scene that we had to do with just 2 people, which is manageable, but also, like, I was also training the actor with that gun while they're doing it, like just the girl, she wasn't shooting it or anything, but they decided randomly that they wanted to have her have a gun. So I didn't get paid for armor that day either. I'm working 2 jobs, and I was supposed to give lessons to Alec that day, but ultimately could not because 1, he didn't show up, 2, the producers wouldn't let him, and then 3, I had to stay on set and work with the freaking food.
Okay. But he had agreed to do that day with you, and then it was kind of shut down by others.
He said, I will see you tomorrow. And then I also, I think it was a little after that, a couple days after that, where I texted his assistant and I said, hey, does he need any more work with this? Like, how is he feeling about that? And he's like, he hasn't expressed anything to me, but I'll let him know that you asked.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had tried to possibly work with Alec more after that.
Okay.
So those are like the training days I kind of fought for. After his assistant didn't really talk to me back, I'm not exactly going to push for this really big actor to receive that training.
Okay.
That's bad for Alec Baldwin.
So in reviewing like first interview and then media statements, and now there's a little bit of inconsistency about when the gun was checked, or the
Okay.
rounds that were checked.
Okay.
You know, from my understanding, you checked them in the morning and then didn't take them out again after lunch.
Didn't take the rounds
rounds.
out of the gun after lunch? Well, you
Like
could
they weren't checked again.
you could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
Interesting.
But you
Oh.
said only,
Wait, so she says that there were no primer caps on the rounds that were in the gun. But what the prosecution was saying before the lunch break was that they checked the rounds that were found on the prop cart, which Hannah Gutierrez-Reed said that she took the rounds out of the gun after the incident, put them on the prop cart. None of those had a primer cap, or none of those lacked a primer cap, I should say. So that's interesting. That's contradicting.
4 of them had no primer caps and the other 2 did.
Yeah, and the other two did.
Sorry, let me go
Yeah,
back
only
just a
4
second.
Check the one that I had put in. You could see the gun after lunch. Well, you could
Like they weren't checked again.
you could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
Okay. But you
Oh.
said only 4 of them had no primer caps and the other 2 did.
Yeah, and the other two did. Yeah, I pulled that other one out slightly and looked for the hole.
I mean, the holes were at the bottom though. You'd have to pull it out a pretty good ways.
I'm pretty sure it was like kind of midway up, because yeah, I checked it when I put them in there, and then yeah,
Prior to lunch.
yeah, prior to lunch, and then yeah, afterwards opened it up, checked it, yeah.
But by check, you mean just
Just
opening
pulled
it
that
and
one
then-
out, yeah, and also brushed it and put that other one in.
Okay. And I don't know if this is coming from you or if it was from him, this whole theory on somebody sabotaging the sex.
Yeah, Jason kind of agrees with me on that. We've all kind of thought about what happened here, and a whole box with what Sarah said to be half live ammunition and half dummy ammunition, that doesn't happen. Like, that's super weird that would even be on set.
So who do you think would do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will say right now that, Seth supplies all the boxes. And then on top of that, I was beefing with Seth at the time. I don't really know. I don't want to speculate, but he's also been acting pretty weird towards me personally. And
So
then,
that was that come after the incident, right?
yeah, well, no, we had a whole ass argument, and we weren't talking during this incident. Like, we were in a full fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had said you haven't seen Seth since before.
Yeah, we were texting, and I blew up on him over text messages.
Right, but I'm saying you stated you have not physically seen him.
I have not seen Seth, but like I said, Seth sends Sarah to set with things.
Okay.
And she was there first that morning.
Sarah?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's when that box came up for the first time.
yeah. Also, it could have been there.
But
Over
you
the
had said that
weekend.
you'd seen it, because it was sitting on top of.
That morning, right?
Yeah, I saw it that morning
Okay.
on top of all my stuff.
When she got there, it was interesting, 6:40-ish, and Sarah's already been there. That's the first time that box.
That I saw it, at least. And like I said, I thought it was weird that it wasn't hunched over on any side, considering the whole prop truck got moved.
Okay. And describe this box again for me, what it looks like?
It was the same white box. I think it just said dummies on it. I'm pretty sure.
Corporal, I just want to, is, in this part of the interview, is Ms. Gutierrez insinuating to you that Sarah Zachary planted that box of ammunition? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you ever find any evidence to support that?
No.
Just said dummies on the sticker, and it was a sticker and a label, not like handwritten or anything. But it wasn't the same font that I'm used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously everybody has said, you know, no one ever suspected live rounds to be on the set.
Yeah,
That's a given. Live rounds aren't allowed.
absolutely not. And especially when it hadn't been brought to set or anything like that either.
Right. So the thing is, there are other live rounds that were found in other various places,
Really?
not in that box.
Really? Where were they found?
I'll go through the pictures because I can't. There's like so many different areas, and I'm gonna go over that with you guys. Okay?
Yeah, that's news to me. Wow.
So they weren't all in that box.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have any speculation on that?
no.
Do you think anybody else manipulated that gun, Alec's gun?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't really care to speculate on it either.
Well, I mean, there's really not a lot of time between you pulling it out.
Well, there was time, you know, in the morning before that even. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah.
But in between the time that you had it, you checked around,
Yeah,
and then,
there's like 10, 15 minutes, yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else did. I wasn't in there.
and that's okay if you don't.
Yeah. Try to get
All right. Before we dive into these real quick. So this is an example, okay?
Okay.
Remember how I was asking you if they had any safety bulletins or anything that
Okay.
they put out? So these are ones pertaining, to ammo, guns. Did you ever see anything like this? Or was anything like this ever put out? And you can.
I definitely didn't see anything like this at all.
So they didn't put any protocols out for.
I don't believe so. If they did, it might have gotten lost in the email. Not really sure.
Let's check through those and see.
Okay.
But yeah, so safety bulletins, firearms, live ammo, okay?
Okay.
Kind of something that's,
No.
that's fairly, standard on most productions.
Some of these
Yeah,
captions
I
are just
didn't see
they're
those on my last.
not
one
helpful
either,
at all.
To be honest with you, or my last one. I think it's also an indie thing, maybe, you know?
Uh-huh.
Even though this was, whatchamacallit. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This was the box. Let me get these, 'cause I'm gonna need these.
All right.
This is the box that was on top of the cart.
I don't remember that being the box that was on top of the cart.
This is the one that was, or
Corporal, what photograph are you showing Ms. Gutierrez now?
So this photo was one that our crime scene technician had kind of put together of the box that Hannah had handed to Lieutenant Benavides on the day of the incident, saying that that was the box that she was using. So it's just different angles of that box of pictures that Marissa took.
And let me ask you, if are you showing her what we currently have entered in evidence as State's Exhibit 63? Can you see that?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
you guys had said that you had pulled from?
I thought it just said dummies on it. Yeah, I don't remember this one being the one. I thought it was much cleaner than that.
Cleaner in what way?
Like, just how this is kind of messed up right here. Like, these are all kind of dirty, and like the side right here is dirty. I thought it was pretty clean and new, the one that we were using.
Okay. Yeah, because this matches the photo that you showed me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And you guys found this on the cart, or?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to us that you guys had said that this is the box that you had pulled from. And this is the one that Sarah checked.
This is the one that Sarah checked. Okay, and she found multiple live ones in there. So it's one?
Suspected. Until it goes to the lab, we can't confirm.
Okay. Yeah, she definitely said that there were multiple in there.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. I don't know, I kind of think it's strange that these ones are missing out of here when I'm pretty sure like we had only really touched these first couple of rows there.
And then
What, this?
there's also a hole there.
Yeah, no, I think that's weird, I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe one was taken back to the truck or something.
What do you mean?
I don't know if Sarah went back to the truck at all with anything.
Okay. But you didn't?
No, I didn't. I was there with Brian the whole time. Sarah, I don't know exactly. I think she might have went back to the truck.
So these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
What are you showing her a photo of right now?
The two live rounds, well, suspected at the time, rounds that were on top of the cart.
And they were later confirmed to be live.
Yes.
All suspected live ones.
Okay. Okay.
That was the one that came out of the gut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know if you noticed commonality between these, that we expect them to be live.
The silver? Okay. All right.
That didn't stick out to you when you loaded that gun?
No.
That the rest of them were not the same color?
No. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was messed up right there. I thought that was a different kind of loading gate. Okay, yeah.
Was this one pulled out after lunch?
I can't really tell if, is that it? I would have to see the bottom of it to really tell if this is Russ's gun or not. Other than that, the only other two, if this isn't Russ, they should have the two stars on them.
Okay, the Marshall one?
Yeah, the two Marshall ones should have been out there after lunch.
Okay.
So I'm not, is that the Russ gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't really tell unless I see the bottom of it.
You said it had like markings on the bottom.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. This is your guys' prop truck, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Back of it.
Cool.
Okay. So there's two access points to this truck.
Yeah.
One is here on the side, it's on the passenger side,
Mhm.
and then this back gate, okay? This is how we found it.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
Pretty common on how, obviously this is after the incident, so stuff.
I definitely agree. The more she says, I'm pretty sure, a lot of times it's fine for someone to say, I'm pretty sure that this is the case. But with her, she's used it in situations where she needs certainty enough times that now anytime you hear, I'm pretty sure, it's almost like it's starting to trigger like, oh shit, another one.
stuff was put away. But is this pretty common on how you guys stored that cart?
Yeah, we left it usually right there.
Okay. And that's safe?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, and, you know,
Yeah.
I don't really know safe too much, but you tell me when you
Lock it, you
pull
pull
this handle,
100%.
it locks itself. You
Yeah.
don't have to like hit the pound key or,
No,
you know what I mean?
100%, you just lock it.
Talking about the safe.
The phone is, I think, too. They
Okay.
just do that, yeah.
Yeah,
And it,
every
locks.
single time it locks like that. Yeah.
Okay. And this is where you kept the gun.
Mhm.
So this is the cart, this is how we found the cart the day of the incident.
Okay. So, I'm not really seeing the box on the top of it.
Corporal, can you just explain to us what's going on right now?
So showing Hannah these various photos that our crime scene technician Marissa Popple had taken. I'm wanting her to identify the items that we've looked at just to confirm that you know, that that's what she was using, that that's the cart that she was using, that that's the truck that they were storing their items in. With regards to the truck, you know, explaining obviously that there's only 2 access points on that truck. The reason behind me showing her the picture of the inside was because it was pretty disorganized. So I wanted her to confirm if that is how they kept that truck. Another thing that we had noticed on the truck was that there was a firearm outside of that safe.
Oh shit.
Even though they had claimed that they kept all the guns in the safe.
Oh no.
And so that's why I'm having her essentially identify that those are the areas that they used.
Thank you.
So that's the thing, is that box was given
To us.
to us.
By who?
Sarah, I believe, but
Okay.
And going back to it, if Sarah gave them a box, are you convinced that's the box that you saw?
I don't remember that being the box.
that you were pulling from.
I don't recall that being the box that we were pulling from.
Okay.
It seems a little dingy, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. But here's my thing is that, you know,
Yeah, there's suspected live rounds in this box.
which this matches what you showed me,
Yeah.
what you brought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, those are the ones I brought. I'm not sure if Seth has any like that.
Okay.
But also, I mean, a box is a box. You can put different trays in different boxes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So these two, I think one of these was the one used. I think this one was a potential suspected live.
Okay.
You know, just, I would say that's, I think, a blank that we had put there.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, how the top of this looked.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Were these already on it, or were these on actors?
These were on actors. That one's, Swim, and this one's Jensen.
So did they just drop them on the card after the incident?
They gave them back to Sarah.
Okay, and she put them there.
Yeah.
This belt was on that card. Also suspected live.
Okay.
These were the ones on the side. 2 out of the 3 of these are suspected live. And this is on the top of the card. So it's not like from a different area. These are on the top of the card.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I
both
understand.
of them. This is Alec's belt.
Yeah.
Also suspected life. One of
Okay.
these two. One of them rattles, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
Now, I think you explained this to me earlier. I was
Yeah.
curious on what these horsey rounds were.
Yeah. What's up?
What are the horsey rounds?
Oh, the horsey rounds. Okay, yeah, I thought you were saying that there were live in those.
No, this box is empty.
Yeah,
but
no.
just
So those are like the eight loads like I was telling you about. That's
Okay.
the one box that
Like-
I
Did
contributed.
you
Yeah.
shoot her on the horses or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
okay.
horsey rounds.
Yeah.
It had a little horseshoe. I thought it was cute.
this is another box.
Okay. Okay.
With one suspected life.
Okay. Copy that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this box, the writing on it. I've definitely seen it before, but yeah, I'm not sure what the writing is, because.
That came from Seth.
Okay.
He said that he marked stuff like that.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, what photo are you showing Ms. Gutierrez at this point?
So I'm showing her, again, it's different views of that box and I think inside the box, photos that our crime scene tech had taken of the other box of 45 long Colt dummy rounds. That's how it was labeled on the box. The difference with this label is it was the one with white tape and it was handwriting in blue Sharpie, which was identified to come from Seth Kenney. And then in that box, we did have one round that did not shake, which we sent to the FBI to be tested, as we had suspected that it may have been live as well. And it turns out that that round was in fact a dummy.
Are you showing Ms. Gutierrez the box that we have a photo of entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, that's it.
Is it your understanding that that is the box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenney?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that is the only box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenney?
Yes.
Thank you.
At least for 45 long Colt.
I appreciate the distinction, thank you.
And
These
definitely
were
have
found.
some other things from Seth that weren't marked like that, but.
Yeah, he said he does different
multiple
kind of ways.
things, yeah.
So these are loose rounds found in one of your bags.
Okay.
Okay. Just different calibers. The only thing that sticks out is that this.
Yeah, you always want to keep these on set. These are, basically you put those there in order to, like, if you have a gun scene, you know, and the person is reloading it, they would be, if they shot the gun off and everything, they would be dropping those out of the cylinder. And so I have a couple of bags.
Okay, so that's why you keep
Yeah, you
ones
bring,
that don't have.
yeah, you bring those so that way, you know, you can litter the ground with shells to make it look like people have been shooting there.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, you definitely always need to have like at least a couple of bags of ones that have no thing on them, yeah.
What do you know about the manufacturer of what you guys received?
I'm not entirely sure, are you saying like Joe Swanson? Because I don't know exactly where all these come from. Like I said, a lot of these came from Seth.
Do you know, okay, so brand, you know what a Winchester is. Everybody knows Winchester makes
Yeah,
live rounds.
yeah,
Okay, so one of these was a Winchester round.
a Winchester like live round?
Well, it was one of these, I think this
Like
one
a
was the
45?
Winchester.
Like a
It's not-
4440?
It's not live, obviously,
Okay,
but at one point it was.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not saying for this set particularly, but Winchester doesn't make those up. These, the manufacturer of these is Starling Brass.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just from doing research
Mm-hmm.
and what I have found out.
Corporal, what are you showing her now, just so that we can follow along?
So the one picture is just a bunch of casings, but what I'm trying to show her is the different head stamps and how you could essentially tell the difference in the manufacturers on the head stamps.
And what are you comparing? Starline brass and
Just any of the other ones that we had found.
and are you showing photos of dummy rounds with different head stamps?
I believe the dummy rounds and then also that last picture that I was showing her were just the casings themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you can tell because it has a little star,
Yeah,
Oh,
an
sure.
arc, and then a star.
Yeah.
yeah,
So all these have different manufacturers. That's how you can tell where these come from.
okay.
Some of them have nothing.
Yeah, I've
Some
seen
of them,
like I said, they all kind of vary a little bit.
right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star, arc and star, yeah.
Can I have someone that was discharged?
Yeah.
So here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck? That's insane.
Wow.
So how did that must have, is that one of those primer cap things I was talking about? Those older
Hang
ones
on,
that.
I want to go back for a
is-
second.
Yeah,
So-
star, arc and star, yeah.
Can I have someone that was discharged?
Yeah.
So here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck?
They don't produce
That's
live ammo.
insane.
Wow.
So how did that must have, is that one of those primer cap things I was talking about? Those older ones that like the primer
don't-
cap's still alive?
They
I don't know how
produce-
that happened then.
So this company, and you said it's a Starline cap?
Starline.
Starline.
Starline Brass is the
Starline
company.
brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't produce live rounds. So somebody's got to,
So these are used for movie sets
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they are.
totally. But this was from the.
Corporal, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Can you kind of describe for us what your impression was on November 9th about Starline brass and reloads versus small manufacturers and whether or not you learned information after that?
Yeah, so at the time of this interview and various other interviews I had done along with my own research into Starline Brass, I had discovered that they don't make their own live ammunition, that they are an ammunition component company. So they would have sold essentially the casing, that brass part. So at the time of this interview, my understanding in doing this was that it potentially was just reloaded rounds.
Yeah.
And so somebody, bought the components and then made the ammunition themselves. And later on, I had actually discovered that there could potentially be, maybe manufacturers elsewhere that use these components to make their own ammunition. Interestingly, one day during an interview or not an interview, but a meeting with the DA's office, I was looking at my own ammunition and it had the same head stamp for duty.
Thank you.
I mean, but I don't see why Hannah would be so outraged by that because it's my impression was that Hollywood sets probably would reuse brass and refill it with something to make it into something that can be used again just to save money. I don't know how that becomes something outrageous. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Should I be outraged? But it doesn't seem like that should be anything crazy to me.
Top of the cart, right? Okay.
This was around that.
they're fine.
That should have been the one that I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
Right.
So what are you saying for that? Like somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
Made it into a live round, or it just, I mean,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
Because those, if they don't make live rounds, somebody had to convert it, or it was a dummy that just went haywire, I guess. Which more likely, somebody converted that to a live round.
Take a deep breath.
That's just,
Like I said, I want to be honest with you guys about
I appreciate
you know,
it a lot. I
about
appreciate that a lot.
where we're at and what we've found. Okay.
okay. Yeah, those are mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ones that you keep for.
Mhm.
Got it. And this is what I'm saying. So there's a bunch of random, you know,
Dummies that fly out of places and that are left places.
well, what's weird to me is all the different brands.
Right.
There's some, yeah, they're all like kind of a little different, like I told you. It's so
So
weird.
this is like a VHA. This is
It almost seems like Hannah is under the impression in this interview that because at least one round has been reloaded, that it means that automatically means that there's been some sort of sabotage on set, or that supports the sabotage argument. But that doesn't seem to support a sabotage argument at all, because I mean, yeah, it seems like a brass could be reloaded like normal. I don't know. I just, yeah, again, I don't see the same significance that she seems to be attaching to it.
the S&B.
Ugh.
The rest of these are Starline.
Starline.
Yeah.
So,
I mostly have noticed the Starline ones. Yeah, I try to
do you
use
have
those
any
because
idea where those came from, the Starline?
I have no idea. I mean, like, I've seen them a lot before. I
That's
had
the
some
norm.
on my last
Oh,
set.
that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
It's the
God.
normal of what is supplied.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to go through those again.
Did they do gun residue did they find powder residue in that Starline
It
one?
takes a while for
Okay,
me
yeah.
to come
Do you
back.
guys have an idea of how long, like, the labs are going to take?
It actually took a while.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God.
That's why
Months?
we utilize that.
Are we
Actually-
talking like months or like?
Actually, they used
a
the quickest way to do it. At the state level, take 2 years, but the
Are you
FBI,
How long?
fucking kidding me?
the FBI doesn't do that. Yeah.
You may be right about that. The thing is, will the jury be able to see this exposing her lack of expertise? They'll need someone. Well, so remember that the state is supposed to call an armorer expert. So I would think that the armorer expert would also probably talk about reloading brass and how that's a common thing, and how any armorer should know that that's something that happens on a movie set with relative frequency. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, this may very well hurt her expertise level. Jury has to be able to make that connection, though. So they need someone to make that connection for them if they're not already familiar with firearms. I'm just going to assume that the jury isn't.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I brought the FBI.
Oh my God, 2 years?
No, but not for the FBI.
Oh, okay. I was like, I can't fucking do this for 2 years, guys.
Well, you're doing it for more
Oh
than
my
2 years.
God.
That's why I didn't utilize ours.
No, totally, thank God. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, depending on how many suspected lives are in here, considering with what Sarah told me, I would kind of consider that there's another box.
This is it for.
Well, just because she told me that more than half of the box she shook and was live.
We've
So-
processed.
So where
Where
did
did that
where did those go?
I don't.
I mean,
When you're doing things in a state of after a traumatic situation,
Totally.
what you perceive could not be what is. Okay, so we have a spent casing from Alec's gun.
Okay.
We have the one that was in that box,
yeah,
which we were told that that this was the box that you were pulling from.
Yeah.
Okay. We have the two on the top of the cart.
Yeah.
Just the
So
ones
those
that
might
were,
have been from the box.
Do you think she was doing them and then throwing them out on
No,
the cart? And she was checking.
maybe, I don't know, I wasn't there.
One in the bandolier on the top of the cart,
Right.
and one in Alec's bandolier,
Mm-hmm.
and then the one that's unsure that was in that blue Sharpie box.
And they, looks like they're all Starline. Yeah. They're all that type. Wow, that's crazy.
So my thing is, I mean, these boxes, obviously, I mean, you can just, even though these are dummy rounds,
Yeah,
you know, a majority of them, obviously, you
Yeah.
can see that they are different kinds of dummy rounds.
totally.
So,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Why would there be mixed boxes of this stuff?
So usually, like, the only thing that I try to keep consistent is if there's no primer caps or if there's primer caps. And so most of the time, just try to keep the primer caps, the ones without primer caps together, so that way I know where they are.
Okay. And then, you know, this box, why would there be live ammo on the set?
I have no idea. At this point, it's kind of seeming like somehow these were mixed in.
Okay. Did you ever do gun practice on this set?
Never, not once.
Never took the guns out for target practice, anything of the sort?
No, and I think there would be like videos, pictures of that or anything. Everyone would be pretty stoked if we were going shooting on set.
Okay.
Even
So-
on the weekends, there would at least be something.
You wouldn't suspect anyone to tell me that you were out there?
I don't know why people would say that.
Okay.
Because 100% I was not, and I guarantee you people would probably have pictures and be stoked about it.
Okay. Is there any reason that you can think of that your DNA or prints would come back on these?
Probably because she touched all of the ammo. 'Cause she's the armorer.
Maybe picking them up, maybe moving them around, maybe not necessarily putting them in things, maybe not checking them because I'm not putting them in things.
Okay.
And, I did open the box as well. So, yeah, I opened it.
Okay.
John Long, this is very interesting. Seth Kenney has text messages from her saying that she was shooting live rounds on set. If that's the case, I anticipate that we will see those text messages maybe like right after this interview, right? Or after this witness. That would be insane. And if that's the case, I feel like the prosecutor really should have stopped to say, did she say that she never, ever, ever, did target practice on set? Yes, that's what she said. She said she absolutely, unequivocally never used any firearms on set for target practice. So that's prosecutors really should have highlighted that moment because that would be very important to catch her in a lie right here in the interview before she even testifies, assuming that she's going to testify, which I don't assume she will. Um, NPC, I'm not. When did Seth send that text? Or when did Hannah send Seth that text? I don't know. But the thing is, I don't think it really matters. Unlike the drug argument, which the timing matters on that, because if she's offset and she's like on her own hours at night or whatever when she's not working, the issue is whether or not she is impaired while working. The issue here isn't so much like that. It's, she said, I never once used any live rounds for target practice on set. She didn't attach any sort of like timing thing for it. She was like, even on weekends, like, like people would have taken photos or something like that. So I don't even think it matters when she texted that, unless it was outside of the entire date range of production. But yeah, no, because she was that unequivocal that she was like, never, 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 that any bit of evidence of her doing target practice on set during the general production timeline that's just, she's toast on that in terms of her level of honesty. She's totally lying through her teeth there.
I'm not sure, I still don't really remember this being the box, but yeah. I'm pretty sure, I thought it just said dummies written on it. Did you find any box that just said, like, dummies on it?
So many boxes, that
I'm just saying, like, you know, if there was a box.
I'll look further into it. And,
Yeah, I'm just saying, if there was a box that, like, just said dummies straight across on it, you can switch boxes around, you know? I don't really know. Yeah, and this was all found on the cart or was in the truck?
Yeah,
or-
these were on the cart,
Yeah,
on the top of the cart. I mean, this is one on top of the cart. Where did that shotgun go, officer?
the shotgun?
Yeah.
That should have been there.
Where?
That should have been probably on the bottom of the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
After the incident?
Yeah, unless Sarah moved it.
What about those two other guns?
Those should have been on the cart, like I said, given to Sarah. I'm not sure if she put the guns away or something, just out of like, you know,
Yeah, we'll
wanting to keep them
clarify
locked
that
up.
with her.
Because, yeah, I definitely didn't put anything away, and I was with Brian the whole time, kind of freaking out. Right on the
And you
side.
didn't see where Sarah went. I mean, that's
No,
a long way to run with guns.
No, I didn't.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did see Ms. Zachary take some items and return them to the truck?
Yeah, so earlier in this interview, she does make a statement that she saw Sarah collecting the guns.
And did she indicate that she was taking them back to the truck? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
See where she went, and she was gone for like 10, 15 minutes before you guys shut up.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay.
Every single one of those suspected live is Sterling Brass.
Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
That's like literally insane.
Do you guys have any questions?
No?
A lot to.
Yeah, I'd like to. Do you have any questions? Or finish?
No, not really.
Okay.
You can always call me.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's like fucking, I don't even know how he would do that.
Okay, well, let's get going.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're at the end of this interview.
Okay, thank you.
Corporal, I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 57 and for counsel, just so I don't have to connect and disconnect and do it the easy way. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are rounds that we had collected from Rust.
I feel like if I'm defense attorney, I'm going to object to her showing the exhibits in that way because I can't see it when she's showing it to them. You want to be able to like make sure that what she's showing is what she says she's showing. I don't know. I would be objecting to that. I would say, like, can you please put the exhibits up on the screen so that everyone can see it properly?
Are these rounds or casings?
Casings.
Okay. And at any point in time, and let's be clear, these casings in State's Exhibit 57, why are they noteworthy?
Because they contain the same head stamp and then same color primer as the live rounds on rust.
And when you say that they're casings, they're spent casings, correct?
Yes.
So they're not dummies and they're not live rounds, they're just spent casings.
Yes.
And at any point in time were those spent casings sent to the FBI for fingerprint testing?
Yes, they were.
Who requested that?
You did.
And what were the results?
They had no yield on them.
Okay, predictably, right?
Correct.
Okay.
What does that mean? Like, I know that
I want
I
to
know that there are folks in the chat who know what that means, like what that it has no yield, but that's one thing that they really should be defining for the jury, because I can tell you, I don't know. Folks in the chat can let me know. Someone, I'm sure someone will inform, but it's like, what is a yield? What does that mean to the jury? It seems like it's significant to the prosecutor based on the way that she paused after that answer, but I don't know. Anyway.
I want to go back just briefly to you remember Mr. Benavidez's body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I reviewed it quite a few times.
And do you remember Mr. Benavidez being asked some questions by defense counsel about why the prop truck was not enclosed in the crime scene tape?
Yes, I remember the question.
Sorry. So folks are saying that the yield probably means no fingerprints. Okay, that's fair. And yeah, the FBI witness did say that they rarely get good DNA results from spent casings, and same thing, like DNA evidence and fingerprints, because of the heat involved in firing the gun. Definitely understand that. I just they got to be more careful with some of these terms that might be new to people on the jury.
Questions.
And did Mr. Bowles point out a truck on the video?
Yes,
Have you been to this movie set?
I have.
And where was the prop truck located?
So the prop truck was actually at what would have been the northern end of the town. If you recall in my video, I took Ms. Gutierrez to the bathrooms, and that prop truck was actually even further from that.
So the truck that was outside the crime scene tape in Mr. Benavidez's video, based on your investigation, was that the prop truck?
No, it wasn't. In Hannah's interview, she actually said that the prop truck was at that other end of the movie town, and she specifically said, where you walked me to the bathrooms, it's further than that.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez indicated to you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set, correct?
Correct.
How many boxes of dummies from Ms. Gutierrez do you have in evidence?
We found 1.
Do you know what happened to the other one?
No.
And for completeness, did you ever find any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was engaging in any kind of target practice or plinking, anything like that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Kenney was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Sarah Zachary was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez was the person who brought the live rounds on set?
Yes.
I guess it'd be circumstantial.
What circumstantial evidence are you referring to?
So in her interview, I mean, there's a lot of things. So, that box she identified in her interview when I asked her to show me what a box of hers would look like. She identified one on her phone. That picture on her phone matched exactly that box that we had. She was the one that handed that box to Lieutenant Benavides, stating that that was the box that she was pulling from, along with, the various bandoliers that we collected with that live ammunition. She identified as bringing from her previous set that she worked on. And the other box of dummies, just it didn't match the box that she had brought. It was identified as one brought by Seth Kenney. The rounds inside that box did not, even just the dummies themselves didn't match in the way they looked. So all of this in totality is what we used in our investigation.
Did you ever discover any evidence as to who loaded the live round in the gun?
In Hannah's interview, she told me that she was the one that loaded Alec's gun.
All right. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, cross-examination. 10 years later.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowles.
So, in your direct testimony, do I understand that you said you did not do the prop truck warrant until the 27th because, and I'm still going, because you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed about the prop truck?
If that's the statement that I made.
Okay, so you stated under oath just a little bit ago that the delay in the prop truck search warrant from the 21st to the 27th was because you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
So I wasn't even the case agent at that time.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, you just stated earlier in your testimony that you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
Maybe if that's what I said.
Okay, then I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification as defendants O. And may I approach, Your Honor? Corporal, I'm going to show you what is marked as defendants O and ask you if you could review that and see if you identify it.
So your highlighted portion?
Just the document itself.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is the search warrant that I wrote on October 27th to search the prop truck.
Your Honor, I'd move admission of defendants O.
I will have an obvious objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. Would you like to approach? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a hearsay objection, meaning an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Generally speaking, police reports are not admitted as evidence because of hearsay. So this search warrant, it is surprising to me that he's trying to get this admitted as evidence as opposed to just putting it in front of her to refresh her recollection or to aid in the discussion somehow. But he's trying to actually admit it as evidence. It doesn't matter that she wrote it, Oblivion. It's an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, it's offered to prove this is a warrant for these things. I don't think he's going to get it in, but there has to be an exception.
So, Corporal, do you recall that you were the affiant for a search warrant for that prop truck?
Yes.
And when I say affiant, I mean that you swore under oath to the judge to get this search warrant that these statements you made were true, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall making a statement to this judge to get a search warrant for the prop truck that, due to the information received from Hannah, affiant would like approval of a search warrant for the prop truck on scene due to the statement received about firearms and ammunition being stored in the truck? Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember making the statement to the judge that after conducting an interview with Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, she advised on the day of the incident that the crew broke for lunch, firearms were taken back and secured inside a safe on a prop truck? Recall making that statement?
Yes.
So
Okay. At this point, I think it's pretty clear he lost on that objection. The objection was sustained on hearsay grounds. Very surprising to me that he tried to get that admitted as an exhibit. But what he's doing is what he probably should have done in the first place, which is just read the details that he wants in front of the jury and ask, is this what happened? Is this what happened? I mean, because obviously she's seen the warrant because she's the one that signed it. She's the one that put it forward. So she should be very familiar with the details of this warrant. And if she's not, he can put it in front of her to refresh her recollection. So anyway, so this is, he's getting to information about why they suspected Seth Kenney. Oh, and also, I'm gonna get some more questions that I've saved. So if you have a question that hasn't been answered, I most likely have saved it. I will address it. But just this one is related to the hearsay issue before we move on. Benji says, is it because search warrants are more about reasonable suspicion, not actual proof? No, it's regardless of what's actually in the document itself, what the substance of the document itself is. It meets the definition of hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's offered to prove, is this the search warrant? Is this, are these the things that you said before? That is the definition of hearsay. So in order for that to be admitted, it has to fall under one of the number of hearsay exceptions, like a business record, for example. This is not a business record because it's not like a routine document that a business will use in the regular course and scope of their business. That does not fit, the exception here, or that does not fit this situation rather. So it has less to do with what is actually in the substance of the document and more about like what the document is, what it's supposed to do, that kind of stuff. I hope that makes sense. I hope I haven't confused you guys. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Isn't one of the best responses on Crosby? That's maybe what I said, but not what I meant. That's honest. I mean, yeah, that is something. I mean, or more like, I said that, but the full context is X. Like if it's being taken out of context, perhaps. I don't know. It's one way of sort of landing an answer that you would rather give.
this statement under oath, don't you agree with me that it conflicts with your statement you just made under oath in testimony?
In what way?
You told this jury earlier that you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed about the prop truck. That's why there was a delay in doing this search warrant. But in fact, you told the judge you did have information from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So you're asking this jury to believe you today. Which of these statements were true? This statement or the one you told them just earlier in court?
Impeachment.
I guess I did get a statement from her that stuff was stored on the prop truck.
Okay, will you agree with me then that the testimony you just gave under oath a little while ago was not true?
He doesn't need to go there.
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay.
This is the question, the one question too many. You already got the impeachment. You already showed the jury that she gave an inconsistent statement while testifying, as opposed to what she said previously to a judge, as evidenced by the statements in the search warrant. So it's a ding on her credibility. You don't need to keep digging, because the more you do that, the more you give them an opportunity to explain it away, perhaps. So just leave it alone. Don't do the one question too many. He's doing that here. He's getting a little bit overzealous with that kind of questioning.
You also stated that you also made a statement that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had unloaded that firearm, the Baldwin revolver, over the prop cart. You recall that statement?
Yes.
And in fact, you made that statement numerous times, as I recall. Do you recall making it at least once?
Yes, because that's what she had said in her first interview.
Can you point out to me, and I'm all ears if you can, because I didn't hear it. Can you point out the timestamp where she said that about loading it over the prop cart?
I don't have the timestamp.
Okay. Do you recall Miss Gutierrez-Reed's exact words in that first interview about unloading that gun?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. If I played you a clip, would it refresh your memory?
Just play the
Yes.
clip.
Okay.
I don't think you need to. You don't. That's already in evidence, or it's already been shown.
Well, I'm happy to look at what he's showing. I'm sorry, I'm happy to look at what he's showing, but I also think probably the better and more complete way of handling this is to review the transcript. And I think we have numerous copies of that. So I mean, I'm not gonna tell Mr. Bowles how to do his job. So show me what you're gonna show her.
Well, I'm refreshing recollection.
I know, but
Sure.
show
And
us.
you show me what you're gonna refresh with.
I don't like her being like, well, the better way to do that is probably
You
to
have
show
it.
him a
It's-
transcript.
She's your witness now. You do what you wanna do.
Jesus
If you wanna help
Christ.
us out, is that what you're saying? You don't want to play?
Mr. Bowles,
Yeah.
you have it. You have computers. She's your witness.
Okay, then I'll play.
Jesus.
Chat's better
You're
at
going to
operating.
refresh her memory.
I still don't know what he's gonna play.
Okay, all right.
Wait,
Okay, the answer here is the moment that she starts getting snippy, turning to the judge and being like, Your Honor, maybe we approach. Because then you look like the good guy. You look like the good guy, and she looks like the bitch in front of the jury. So, like, I hate the bickering. I hate it. And you know the judge hates it too.
I have no idea what he's
showing
doing.
her?
Yeah, I'm just
Wait,
gonna play
you're
her
not
clip.
listening to, what are you showing her?
I'm playing her a clip of that video that was entered into evidence.
Which one, the first one?
The first one?
Also, trial prep. If there are parts of an interview that you know you're going to want to revisit on cross-examination, you've got to have all of that lined up. If he's got it on his phone, that looks so unprofessional. He's got to be able to pull it up on the screens just like all the other evidence and show them and be like, all right, we've got it lined up right here. Boom. It's just, this looks a little sloppy in my opinion. A little bit amateur for him to be like, oh, I'll just show you on my phone, like right here. Like you look like you're unprepared.
So I
The
think.
first clip,
I think
which
this,
took 50 minutes?
But it's just a short clip. It's like 20 seconds.
so he needs to show it to me. Can we just step in the,
Yeah.
right outside the
And then you
courtroom?
don't
Again,
want the
this
jury
should all
to
be
hear it
sidebar.
again, because you're refreshing her memory, not
It's already, Judge, it's entered into evidence. We
that's
can hear
not, that's not true. You're refreshing her memory.
it. No, but I could play it as if it's in evidence.
See, this is what I said. I was like, why are you doing this like you're refreshing her recollection? Just play the damn clip as part of your cross-examination. Now the judge is like, well, you're refreshing her recollection. And he's like, but it's in evidence. Like you've got to, you can't try to do it both ways, man. You gotta just go with one. If you've already started to do it as if you're refreshing her recollection, just do it that way. Judge is like, come on, man, make up your mind. And yes, all of this is in front of the jury right now. This is not a good look for either of these attorneys right now. Neither of these attorneys look good in this moment. She looks like a bitch, and he looks like he's like fumbling through and like, I don't know what I'm doing, especially in terms of tech. And also maybe like in terms of cross-examinations. Oh, you guys.
So
And play the exhibit.
they've heard it. Yeah, may we approach for a moment just to
Yes.
clarify this?
Now you approach. Finally, you should have approached like 5 minutes ago. Oh my gosh. So, NPC, I'm not. We already saw everything. Why would we need to review it again? This is because he's trying to pull up a very specific portion of this to ask her a specific question about it. It just makes sense to revisit that exact clip so that you get Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's exact wording. And now he's lost all of the momentum of his cross-examination that he had before. I mean, this was about the her whether or not she unloaded the rounds directly onto the prop cart. This is a very important point because this is helping to show whether or not the dummy rounds, as she described them in the interview, were found on the prop cart, whether those could have been evidenced by somebody finding them on the prop cart if she said that she unloaded them on the prop cart. So this is a very important point to both sides here, to showing whether or not she was the one that loaded them, whether what they found was what she says was in the gun. And this is all very, very important here. But now he's lost his momentum here, because what he's trying to show is some statement that she gave, basically saying that she did not unload the prop gun over the prop cart, so that the rounds that they found wouldn't have been the rounds that were actually in the gun. So it doesn't matter that they didn't find dummy rounds that didn't have the primer missing. So this is like I said, it's very, very important. But like, he's lost all momentum by not just having this boom ready to go. You ask, you have it all queued up, you show it on the screens, you play the clip, you ask her about it, and you say, okay, but you just said earlier today that blah 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 blah, right? Boom, comparison, another impeachment. You've got two impeachments from this, or two impeachments of this witness from her testimony, again making her look like she is not being totally honest. So it's like, this is very frustrating. And the bickering in front of the jury, not good. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Okay, really quick. Mika Nelson, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bite Club. Very, very happy to have you here. And also, let me get some questions while we wait also, because I've got a bunch of them saved up. Demager or Demager LDN, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Would it be inappropriate if the police asked, have you lied to the police before during interviews? There's not much that's inappropriate in a police interview. It is fairly common for police to even sometimes lie to people to get information out of them. So, saying something like that wouldn't necessarily be inappropriate, or I guess inappropriate is kind of irrelevant. I just don't think that would be an effective way of getting an answer from someone in a police interview.
Okay, Corporal, while we were kind of dealing with that, I want to come back to that question on the prop cart loading. And again, because Miss Gutierrez-Reed did not say that in the interview we just heard. She said she went outside with Dave Halls and unloaded the revolver. She didn't mention anything about a prop cart. You agree with me on that?
I do not, because I do remember her saying something about doing it over a prop cart.
Which,
Again, see, this is why you've got it just lined up, so you show them. You don't have to have a disagreement about what Hannah Gutierrez-Reed said during the interview. This is like, you're going to end up having this disagreement, and this is going to be an ineffective impeachment, because this was a very long interview that everybody just sat through watching. The jurors may or may not remember whether she said that detail at this point, because there's just been so much that they've seen. So he's got to like rely on her to say, oh yeah, she did in fact say that in the thing. But now she's like, I don't remember her saying that. I remember her saying that she unloaded it over the prop cart. So what is he going to do about this now? Like, what does he have to like hold her feet to the fire? He's got to be able to play this clip, and he's got to figure out how he's going to do that. And walking up to her and just like showing her on the phone is not going to work. It's also not effective or not nearly as effective, because you want the jury to see it. You want the jury to see and hear it again for themselves, so that they're not taking anyone's words for granted.
which interview, the
Getting
first
fired
or
up.
second you heard?
I believe it was the first, and then the second is where she mentioned that she was in two separate places.
Okay, and so we're going to try to find that on the first, and if you can find it when we come back and redirect them, I want to hear it. So if you find that timestamp. Now, you also said that you did not meet Seth Kenney until October 27th, until the search of the prop truck, correct?
I believe that was the first time that I had met him in person.
Okay, well, you said the word, your first interaction with Seth Kenney was October 27th for the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
No, I said the first time in person.
Okay. And in fact, you had a prior telephone call with him, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the day of the shooting.
I think I actually had probably a couple phone calls with him before.
On that day, on the 21st?
Just in between, in between the day of the incident and then to the search of the prop truck.
Okay, and we're going to talk about the day of the incident, the call that you all made to Troy Teskey. Do you recall that?
On the day of the incident?
Yes.
I don't recall a phone call on the day of the incident to him.
Not that afternoon around 4 p.m.?
To a Troy?
Troy Teskey?
No.
Okay.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also said that Miss Gutierrez-Reed said she saw Sarah collecting guns. Recall that?
Yes.
And again, I'd like to see if you could point that out, where that is in the interview, because didn't she say instead that Sarah took stuff from the prop cart and she may have took a gun? She never saw, she said she saw her.
I think the phrase that she used was that she saw Sarah collect the guns.
That's what
and
she
then
said.
later
I do
on
remember
in
that.
that interview, she kind of changed her answer.
Okay, and the jury will be able to hear that too, but I'd like to know where that is on the, if you know.
I can't point timestamps out to you, Mr. Bowles.
Okay.
That's
Now, you
fair.
are the case agent in this case, correct?
I was not at first, but a couple weeks in, yes, I was.
And so for 2 years, you've been the case agent, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can tell the jury, that means that you are basically the lead agent on the case. Is that right?
Yes.
And you collect all the information, you do all the investigation, you read all the reports. Is that right?
A majority of it, yes. And then because this case was rather large, I had assistance from other detectives and the district attorney's office.
So as part of that, you collect various sources and maybe people are helping you, but you're ultimately the ultimate person with all the information in the case. Is that right?
With what's pertinent, I would say so, yes.
Okay.
But considering how many people were involved and how dynamic and everything this case was, it is kind of not essentially feasible for me to know every single piece of information. That's why people helped.
Sure. And let's start with the first interview and the day of the shooting. Now, you recall from your direct and from the videos we saw that you actually walked Miss Gutierrez-Reed to the bathroom?
Yes.
And you were walking her to the bathroom from when she had been detained in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Incorrect, because she was not detained at that point.
Okay, well, legality, a legal word, but she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Yes.
Now, while she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, you knew as case agent what had happened that day was Mr. Baldwin had been allowed to walk around and talk to people.
I do not know anything that had happened with him or where he was prior.
Well, do you know, as we sit here today, the case agent, having reviewed the pictures of Mr. Baldwin on the cell phone, are you telling the jury you don't know he was out talking to people?
I'd say he was out, but at the time that I was there, no.
I'm talking about your knowledge today. Do you know today that Mr. Baldwin was not put in a police car like Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know today that Mr. Baldwin, there's a picture of him on his cell phone talking to somebody on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that there is a video of him talking with David Halls and some other people on a truck area.
I'm sorry, you said a video with him talking with...
To David Halls?
I don't know of that video.
Okay. In any event, she's in Mr. Benavides' car, and you're walking Miss Gutierrez-Reed to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, we saw that you went inside the bathroom with Miss Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you did that was you said that you felt like she might harm herself.
No, I didn't say that I felt like she was going to. It's just typical for us, especially because she had requested me to go with her. at the end of the day, my concern is, on that day, my concern is her well-being. She was obviously very distraught at that time. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to have some sort of medical episode or something happen in the bathroom where I would have to step in at that point.
Did she actually ask you to come in the bathroom with her?
No.
Okay. But she went ahead and went in.
Yes, and I turned the opposite direction from her to give her privacy.
And would you agree with me that she'd never met you, that that'd be fairly intrusive to go inside the actual bathroom with her?
That would be a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. Now, you felt like you were wanting to make sure she didn't hurt herself, including in the bathroom. And so you must have felt like she was very distraught.
Yes, I do feel like she was distraught that day.
And you also heard her say, did you not, that she, this was the worst day of her life? She didn't want to live, words to that effect?
I don't recall hearing her saying anything that she didn't want to live.
Or she said, my life is over. Sorry, I misremembered that.
And I will object. I believe that's absolutely a misstatement of what she said on the video. And if Mr. Bowles needs to review the video, I can pull it up.
Speaking objection.
Do you recall what she said?
Verbatim, no, but something to that extent.
Okay. So after knowing that, you all take her back to the station, and we see yourself and Talamonte sitting around a table, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Gutierrez-Reed is then in the corner on the opposite end of that table, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember she mentioned at the start that something about maybe she should talk to a lawyer?
Yes.
And you all told her that, or not you, but do you remember hearing Talamonte tell her that it might be a public defender and it might take all night?
Yes, something to that extent.
Okay, so with that, that statement was made to her with her asking how long a lawyer would take to get, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall hearing that you all told her it was just going to be a few basic questions?
I did not make that statement, no, but I believe Hannah's response was that she was willing to answer a few basic questions.
Okay, and with that, she signed her Miranda waiver.
Yes.
A waiver of her Miranda rights, is that right?
Yes.
So you felt it was okay for her to do that, even in the distraught state that she was in, whereby you thought she might even hurt herself, possibly.
I don't believe I said anything about her wanting to hurt herself. Just that obviously we take care of the well-being of people.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the other part of the question?
No, that's it. You answered it. Now, during this first interview, you did not tell Miss Gutierrez-Reed that Halyna had passed, did you?
No, I didn't even know that Miss Hutchins had passed away until essentially right before I told Mr. Baldwin.
Okay. So you didn't know at that time either?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, during the course of that interview, I think you stated actually at the end of the second interview that when people have undergone a traumatic event, sometimes they can say unusual thing. I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, something about their perception or recollection after something like that could be, I guess, misinterpreted in a way.
Okay, and you've seen that in the course of your career as an officer, that after somebody undergoes a traumatic event, sometimes their memory is affected?
Yes, and that's why we conduct additional interviews.
Okay, so it's a fact. You would agree with that she had just witnessed a very traumatic, she had been through a very traumatic situation.
Right, she didn't witness it because she wasn't inside the church.
Right. So she was not inside the church. That's what you concluded based on your investigation?
And her statements.
Okay. And you were able to corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So knowing that, the statement she gave, again, those could have been impacted in some ways by her being a part of a traumatic situation.
Theoretically.
Now, would you also agree with me that you asked different questions in the second interview than the first interview?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions in the second interview.
Yeah, it was a lot more comprehensive, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also know that when you take an interview of somebody, that you can use that in court against them, correct?
Their interview?
Yes.
Yes.
So while you were doing that, while you were questioning her and you all were talking to her and looked like kind of being friendly with her, you knew that you could later use that one day in court.
Yes.
And again, I mean, did she appear during that first interview, right before that first interview? She was in a very distraught state.
I would say that when
I'm just gonna object to asked and answered. She's already testified to it.
That's fine. She has already said that. Okay. Now, in the first interview, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed told you there were 3 sources of ammunition, correct?
in the first interview,
Yes.
not correct.
Okay. What did she tell you in the first interview?
That they came from Seth Kenney.
Okay. And then she later tells you, the second interview, it's Seth Kenney, Billy Ray, and herself, right?
I don't know if I don't remember if she identified Billy Ray, but she did list additional sources.
Okay. And she also told you that Seth Kenney had given her ammunition for the prior movie set that she was on, The Old Way.
I don't recall her specifically saying that Seth Kenney provided that.
You gonna impeach?
And again, you don't remember from the first interview a statement that she got ammunition from Seth Kenney?
I just said that she did say that she got it from Seth Kenney.
Okay.
But it's
Did
the
you
other detail.
try to
she's not agreeing
corroborate that to pull invoices to show that Seth Kenney had brought ammunition from the to the Old Way set?
Not to the Old Way.
Okay. Now, there was talk about the idea of sabotage, and you mentioned that this came to your attention as part of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing in that first interview that Officer Talamonte brings up the idea to Miss Gutierrez-Reed that the camera crew walking off, does she think one of them might have done something?
She, Detective Talamonte, did present the idea to Miss Gutierrez about the camera crew, and Miss Gutierrez's response was no, that she didn't think it was them, and that she wouldn't want to think that way of anyone.
And so that was on October 21st. So the first mention that you're aware of the possibility of sabotage was your fellow detective, Ms. Talamonte, correct?
That I would say is incorrect.
Well, where did you hear it before that?
Before
The 21st, before Detective Talamonte says that. Who said it before that?
that was a theory that we threw out to try to get answers, not a theory from someone that was on set.
Oh, so when you say we threw out a theory, what do you mean?
The sheriff's office.
So the sheriff's office created a theory?
No, again, we were trying to get answers to questions that we had as to how or why something like this would potentially happen.
He's trying to make her look like a dirty cop. That's what he's trying to do. But she's so far she's holding up fairly well.
So was this a ruse? You're trying to trick people? Is that what you're talking about? You created a theory? What is that what the intent
Steve.
was?
No,
Okay, well then did you believe this theory?
believe the theory about the camera crew?
The sabotage that you threw out, that the sheriffs made,
Does anyone else hear BC Boys in their head every single time they say sabotage? Just me? Okay.
that the sheriffs put out. Did you believe there was some truth to that?
No.
Okay, so you put out a false theory.
And I'm going to object. She didn't put out a false theory. She didn't say it in the interview. It simply wasn't her.
Okay, well then Talamonte put out a false theory.
Again, it's an interview, so we can discuss things, bring up things to, again, try to get questions answered and figure out how to or where to go with our investigation.
Okay, and trying to get answers from people through a false idea. Did you ever actually investigate the camera crew? Did you interview any of them?
I did not interview them, no.
Did anybody in your team interview any of them?
I believe Detective Joel Cano did.
How many of them did he interview?
That would be a question for Detective Joel Cano.
Okay, and you as the case agent don't know that?
No.
And you don't know what the result of those interviews are?
I would have to read his reports.
And also on that idea,
See, there are so many things that it sounds like he's trying to catch her in something, catch her in an inaccuracy. He did well with that first impeachment, but ever since then, it's like, okay, this is what you have to do when you're on cross-examination. Every single question that you ask should have evidence behind it, backed up for the answer, just in case they give you the wrong answer, so that you can, boom, present the thing that will impeach them, so that they have no other choice but to agree with you after they have just disagreed with you, thus making them look untrustworthy in front of the jury. But if you don't have that to present to the witness when they're saying something that is contrary to what you have evidence to prove, they're just going to continue saying, yeah, no, I disagree with you. And then you just look like you don't know what's going on. So the jury is probably looking at this and being like, I like this witness. This guy is kind of bumbling around a bit. So it's just, this feels like an unprepared cross-examination.
you brought up the idea of Starline Brass in the second interview, and that these were appeared to be reloads because Starline Brass doesn't make live ammunition. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Yes.
Now you heard the special prosecutor's expert, Mr. Haig. He talked about those rounds appearing more to be reloads, the live rounds. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with him or that those appear to be reloads?
Well, and obviously I have to object. It's so far outside the scope of what she could testify to. She's not an expert in ammunition. That's why we called Mr. Haig.
And okay, I'll ask you another question. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Haig that he's correct?
That's his.
Relevance?
Well,
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
based on your investigation as a case agent and everything that you reviewed in this case, do you have any information to dispute your own expert, Mr. Haig?
No.
So if those are reloads, and you know what JS means, Joe Swanson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had known from talking to Thel Reed that Thel Reed had delivered live ammunition to Seth Kenney on the set of 1883, correct?
From his statement, yes.
Yes, and you knew that you had talked to Troy Teskey and that he had first been holding these and giving them to Thel Reed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you investigate the idea further, given that these were reloads, to try to figure out the source of the reloads?
No, because really what's important to law enforcement were the circumstances of what occurred that day and the facts and the evidence of what occurred during the incident.
Okay, well then, Ms. Morrissey asked you earlier if you had any information as to Seth Kenney bringing live rounds on set, but what you just said is you were more focused on the events of the day. Is that correct?
That was our main focus, yes.
So is it fair to say, would you agree with me that you didn't fully investigate the circumstances of these reloads?
I would say that we investigated it.
But you did not fully investigate it because you were more focused on the events of the actual day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also talked about earlier that it was kind of a circumstantial theory about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, but you have no direct evidence that you can tell the jury today that she brought live rounds to set.
That's correct.
I remember you had told me at one point that when you interviewed Sarah Zachary, she gave conflicting information. Is that true?
I don't recall my conversation with you. I can say that I did not conduct Sarah's initial interview, but I know it was fairly short, and I did a more in-depth one with her later.
Did you find in the course of those interviews, the one you did, her statements to be conflicting?
I believe that they were.
In the course of your investigation, did you also conclude that Seth Kenney had wanted Ms. Gutierrez-Reed fired?
I would disagree with him wanting her fired. I believe the conversation that I had seen was that Sarah had the ability to fire her because essentially she wasn't pulling her weight.
Well, did you ever corroborate and try to investigate that with the statements of Troy Teskey and Sarah Zachary?
Corroborate.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the question, if you could.
Okay, sure, I'll reword it. Did you interview or talk to both Sarah Zachary and Troy Teskey? Did they give you information about whether Seth Kenney wanted her fired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was cooperative with you in terms of sitting down for interviews?
Yes.
And she was also
Well, too much.
cooperative in providing her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So
Again,
you didn't
too
have
much.
to do a search warrant for that?
No, I didn't have to on anyone's essentially besides Alec Baldwin's.
Okay. Yeah. Alec Baldwin had to have a search warrant, had to go through New York, and that whole process. Is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you concluded not only that Hannah was not in the church at the time, but that she had handed the weapon to Mr. Halls.
Yes.
And did you also conclude that Mr. Halls had handed that to Mr. Baldwin?
Yes. And I just want to specify this is before the incident.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have given you a time frame.
Thank
So
you.
yes, you're right. That's right after lunch and right before the shooting is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And so in that time frame, did you conclude based on all your investigation?
So by statements, that is what I concluded. However, there were opposing statements at the beginning of the investigation.
Okay, there were conflicting statements at the beginning.
Yes.
Did you determine that those were not correct, those conflicting statements?
They were.
I guess I'm going to object because I don't know specifically what statement he's referring to.
Oh, sure. I'll ask you. Okay. I'll ask the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were conflicting with that idea?
So on the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave Halls had been the one that handed him the gun.
And I just would ask the court for some kind of an instruction or guidance with regard to this. Sounds like hearsay. So if it's not being offered for that, then can we kind of iron that out?
Sure. And counsel asked to know those statements, but
Counsel what?
asked to know what those statements
Well,
were.
that doesn't mean that she opened the door for hearsay.
No, and I understand, Your Honor. And I'm just based on her knowledge of these.
All of this
the
should be
effect on her
sidebar.
and what she did investigation-wise. So
Well, all right, ask it that way.
yes. So, and I'm not trying to get into the core of the statements unless people want to hear it. But I do want to ask you what certain things had.
What normally should be happening is you stand up, you object or sit down, whatever. You state objection, and then you ask to approach, and then you make all these statements to the judge outside the presence of the jury. But both of them are doing this a lot, these speaking objections, where they are objecting and then giving their full argument in front of the jury. It's I mean, I guess they're allowing both sides to do it, so maybe there's some fairness in it, but it gets really dirty really quickly with both of these attorneys. And I wish this judge would hold them to a no speaking objections rule, because it's just it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It has been out of hand for a while.
Had impact on you and your investigation. So that's why I asked that. How did you reconcile, and when you got those conflicting statements, what did you do to make your ultimate conclusion? Did you review additional information, talk to more people? What did you do?
Yeah, so that was, I mean, essentially the purpose of re-interviewing and gathering people's statements.
Okay. Did you also learn and conclude that Miss Gutierrez-Reed, when she handed Halls the weapon, had shown him the rounds?
Her statement was that she showed him what was in the cylinder, not that she took the rounds out.
Okay, and you also heard her say that before she put in the last round, that she had shaken it in her statement. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you also were aware that numerous people had access to that prop truck,
Yes.
and that was because in the day it was not secured.
I wasn't on set, so I can't
Okay.
call that, but
But
that
did
was
you-
my understanding.
That's what you're understanding.
John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Would you expect there to be more people from the public in the courtroom giving the national attention? In some cases, sure. But I think that what happened here is the judge probably said only media is allowed in the courtroom. They probably have a like a spillover courtroom that's, somewhere else down the hall where maybe the public can sit and watch. This way you don't have distractions for the general public. They're able to kind of not control the media, but they're able to hold media to certain restrictions easier than they can the general public. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a, like I said, a secondary courtroom where the general public can go and watch. But this is, I think, intentional given the national interest in this trial. The judge may also be making that determination based on past trials that have happened and had a lot of media attention, and particularly like Hollywood celebrities like Debbie Heard. All right. And then there's more questions that I want to get to for sure. I've been saving them. And we'll get to them. At some point they'll have a 15-minute break. So we'll have plenty of time for catching up for that.
Understanding was.
Yes.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation, your understanding, that it took props a while to get a prop cart to use for their weapons?
I believe it took a few days for them.
Okay. Were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez-Reed had to pull a wagon before that?
No.
Okay. You never heard that she had a wagon?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Yeah, he literally asked the question twice.
You knew as part of your investigation that Miss Gutierrez-Reed was performing 2 jobs and had to support props, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements that she had requested additional training with Gabrielle Pickle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, in the course of your investigation, conclude that there was a lot of rushing on the set?
From statements provided to me, yes.
Did you also learn that whether safety meetings had occurred every day on set?
From the interviews that I conducted, it seemed pretty apparent that they were not conducted every day.
Okay. Was it also apparent to you that the safety bulletins, like for the industry, were not attached to the call sheets?
That's correct.
Did you ever find any inventory procedure or anything that Rust Productions had put together for the ammunition that was coming in?
No.
Did you find any inventory procedure in the call sheets or otherwise in production regarding the firearms?
No,
There was a gun safe on the prop truck, correct?
that's correct.
And was that that safe? Who had access to that safe?
It would have been Miss Gutierrez and Sarah Zachary, and it was a little unclear about Nicole.
Okay, and Nicole, again, for the jury, she was the props assistant?
Yes.
Okay. At or before the search of the prop truck that we talked about earlier, did Seth Kenney obtain the code to that safe?
Yes,
Because he was the one that let you all in on the 27th into the prop truck, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. In the course of your
Well,
investigation?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up.
Yeah.
He did not. Did you say the prop truck or the safe?
The safe, I'm sorry. I misspoke. It was
Okay.
the safe I meant.
Yeah, he did not let us into the prop truck, but he did let us into the safe.
Okay. And prior to that search on the 27th, between the time of the incident on the 21st and then the 27th, there was at least a few days in there where that prop truck was not secure, correct?
I wasn't on scene, so I cannot say definitively.
Well, do you know as case agent that sheriffs were stationed there the entire time?
They were not stationed there the whole time, but I know they were there at least for a couple days before I obtained the search warrant.
Okay, so at least from your knowledge as case agent, law enforcement was not present at that prop truck for at least a couple of days.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the search of the prop truck on the date of 27th and then the search of PDQ props. What date did that occur on, the search of PDQ props?
November 30th,
Okay.
2021.
So November 30th, 2021, that was approximately a month and 10 days after the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I might be off a day if I am this close. It's about a month and 10 days, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, from reviewing phone records, did you have a call with Seth Kenney on October 25th? It lasted about 20 minutes.
I probably.
Do you recall that call, which would have been 2 days before the search of the prop truck?
I don't.
Thanks, John O'Rourke.
Between the time of the search of PDQ props and the shooting incident, that month and 10 days, you remember how many calls you had with Seth Kenney?
No, there were a bit.
There was a lot, wasn't there? He would call you quite a bit.
Yes.
And isn't it true that he would try to give you information and try to steer you in certain ways?
I don't believe he was trying to steer me in any way. I think that he was trying to be helpful in locating the source of the live ammunition.
Didn't he push this onto Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
Push.
Didn't he indicate that Miss Gutierrez-Reed must be the source of the live ammunition?
He probably, I mean, he may have said something to that extent.
And in fact, haven't you seen messages in the course of your investigation where he's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
Are you referring to text messages
Yes.
in between them two?
Between them two, between Sarah Zachary, regarding the leathers from Old Way. Didn't you remember seeing those?
Yeah, there were text messages about that.
Okay. So you would agree with me, would you not, that Seth Kenney is calling you a lot. He's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez-Reed, whether that's by providing information, what he's doing, but that's what he's doing, isn't he?
I can't make that assumption.
Miss Zachary worked for Seth Kenney, PDQ Props.
Yes, I believe she was licensed under them.
And you know that right after the shooting, Miss Zachary and Mr. Kenney had text and a phone call, correct?
Yes.
And you remember that there was words to the effect that there had been a shooting?
I believe the text message said emergency.
Emergency.
Real quick, Pamela C., isn't this hearsay? So remember that you've got to take it to the definition of hearsay. Hearsay is an out of court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. I think that if he were to draw a hearsay objection from the other side, he would say, I'm not offering this for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering this for what this witness knew. In other words, it's going to her state of mind um, of, of like, what was going on during her investigation. Because that's kind of the whole point here that he's doing, right? It's not necessarily the fact that they had these other conversations. It's the fact that she was aware that these other conversations were happening. And so it seems like, she's being influenced by Seth Kenney during this investigation to point everything over towards Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, ignore all these other people who are probably responsible, according to the defense, and focus on Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. It's so anyway. So all of that is getting towards that. So the questions that are what she was aware of in terms of other people's conversations is getting to her state of mind, as opposed to the actual like the things that they were saying and whether or not those things were true. I hope that clears it up.
Do you know what they discussed?
Hang on, we're back to hearsay. And
Ah.
so I want to make a hearsay objection. I can't figure out what the exception would be to this.
Let's see if he wins it.
Your Honor, I'll word it in terms of her course of her investigation and the effect. And it's not for the truth. I'm just trying to find out.
Well, let's see let's see if it meets effect on listener. I haven't
Okay.
heard that yet.
I guess my concern is that what's going to happen here is Mr. Bowles is just going to get a bunch of hearsay out, the jury's going to hear it, and then maybe it doesn't have an effect on the listener, and then hearsay's just out, and then we've just broken the rules of evidence. So is there a way we can do this so that Mr. Bowles doesn't get to spend the next half an hour?
Why don't you just ask her if any text message between the two of them, what, if anything, it had on the effect of the investigation?
Yes, I was going to ask you that. And we're going to have Sarah Zachary as a witness. So
This should be a sidebar.
we're not going to. But the after the phone call and text occurred, did you learn and did you investigate whether rounds had been thrown away on the scene?
I received a statement of that.
Okay, that rounds had been thrown away on the.
Sorry, counsel.
Okay. So now they're going to get into some more argument about whether or not this is hearsay, whether or not it's admissible. I feel like someone could have a really dangerous drinking game while watching this stream. That you take a sip every single time they do a speaking objection. So the reason why they would be doing a sidebar now is, well, first of all, the judge called the sidebar. She wants a further discussion on whether or not this testimony is admissible, whether or not it needs an instruction for the jury so that they can understand that all of these statements that she's testifying to are offered for some other reason other than hearsay.
Corporal, did you investigate whether rounds were thrown away?
Again, that was a statement in an interview.
And I'm not asking about the statement. I'm asking if you investigated that at all.
I'm not really sure if you want to reword it a different way.
Sure. Did you try to locate rounds that were thrown away?
Over a month later?
I'm just asking the question if you tried to do that. Okay.
That statement was given over a month later.
And likewise, the search of PDQ props was over a month after the shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
And so there would have been time for Mr. Kenney, had he wanted to get rid of evidence if he had wanted to. Is that a fair statement?
If he had wanted to.
Okay. Did you also investigate whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck after the shooting? Because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed made that statement.
And Mr. Bowles, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to? I think this is not hearsay, so I think Ms. Gutierrez's statements
Why
can come
doesn't
in.
he just ask if she did that without the added part unless
Sure.
it's necessary. I don't know.
Yes, and I just was trying to ask for it, if you investigated whether items had been taken from the prop car to the prop truck.
Can you give a time period?
Yes, right after the shooting, before law enforcement got there.
So during the
This right here in Nomad Purple.
investigation,
Correct.
it was relayed to me that there had been firearms that were secured back in the prop truck.
And my question was, did you investigate to determine whether that was correct?
I'm not really, I mean, I'd say it was a statement given to me, and we had done a search on the prop trunk.
Okay,
So,
were you able to corroborate that?
well, I don't know exactly what guns were identified to which actor. So I can't really say.
Okay, so you didn't,
I would say that we followed up on it.
okay. You also saw on the video where a man at the scene had reached across the crime scene tape. Recall that video?
Yes.
You recall seeing his hand that it was kind of like this, and he put it down on the cart over the tape. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing him grab something off the cart and then putting it back.
Do you recall seeing his hand being behind his back and coming around sort of shaped like this?
Again, this is where, rather than describing it, show it. It's just like in a YouTube video, right? Any chance you have to just show the article or show the video or show the interview where he says that he pulled the hammer back and then let go and the gun went off, you show it rather than describe it. It's always more effective. There's a reason why that works. It's because it's more effective. Also, then you don't have to quibble over the details of it, whether if he's describing this accurately or not, or maybe she interpreted things a little bit differently. You show it and then you fight over it. This is very frustrating to watch.
And go over the tape onto the cart?
No.
You don't recall seeing?
And Your Honor, this is Mr. Bowles testifying. Mr. Bowles is testifying because he didn't get the right information from any of this.
Again,
Move on.
I will.
See, he wouldn't be having this problem if he just showed the clip. This feels like he's unprepared for this cross-examination. He needs to have these things boom, 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 ready to go, set up on a monitor so that he can just show them to the jury and the witness at the same time, and then ask some questions about it. Like, you did see this, you did see that. Okay, now you can see what this guy just did. Okay, now tell me about that. It's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating to watch. Because, in the end, he's got the judge telling him to move on. Whereas he has a right to cross-examine this witness, and that's in evidence. So he can bring up evidence that's already been admitted for this witness because she's also familiar with it to comment on. This is just I'm very frustrated by the conduct of this cross-examination.
You don't know whether he put something on the cart or whether he took something off, do you?
And I will object to foundation because this witness wasn't there.
That's why I asked her if she didn't know. That's why I said you don't know.
All right, so she's already said that she doesn't know. So let's move on.
Now, I want to ask you more about Seth Kenney. You never took his fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you never took his DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And you also never took his phone to be downloaded like the other phones that you took, right?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Kenney, I know you mentioned had shown you certain text messages and other information, but you never got the entirety of what was on his phone, correct?
It wasn't a full extraction, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right. It was not a full extraction.
That's correct.
And in contrast, you got extractions of phones for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, Sarah Zachary, Mr. Halls, and Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes, because they were on the set.
Okay, and you had mentioned that before, but actually Seth Kenney was the primary source of ammunition to the set.
I will
right?
object to the form of that question. It is completely contrary to the evidence that the jury has heard, and Mr. Bowles knows it.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. And I'm
See, this is the thing. This is the problem with speaking objections. Once you get into this routine of speaking objections, then she just says whatever she wants, and she starts talking crap about the other attorney. And he's done the same thing. I'm not just pointing her out on this. And when I referred to her being a B earlier, that's what I mean. It's the snippy sort of like comments like that. And especially when her tone gets very snippy and spicy. Him, he's been an a-hole sometimes too, but it's very frustrating. At this point in the trial, it's really getting grating, and it's starting to distract from the actual testimony, and that's a huge problem. What else was I going to say? Anyway,
I'm asking her a question. It's perfectly permissible to ask her. If she
Go ahead
disagrees,
and ask the question.
okay. But my question to you is, were you aware that Seth Kenney was the primary ammunition supplier to the set?
I don't know if I would say primary, but he was a source of ammunition.
Okay, he was a source of ammunition to the set. And knowing that, isn't it true that it would be possible for his fingerprints to be on the boxes or ammunition he supplied?
It could be possible.
And in fact, you submitted for potential fingerprints, those 4 blank rounds that we saw earlier, to the FBI, right?
Yes.
But you did not send any of the live rounds for fingerprint testing.
I think that was discussed with the FBI. Why?
And I understand that, but why would it be different in your understanding to send the blanks versus the live rounds?
I'm sorry, the blanks.
The blanks you sent for fingerprint testing, why were they different? And why could you not have sent the live round? Why is there a difference?
Do you mean the cartridges?
The cartridges.
Okay, those
I'm
aren't
sorry.
blanks.
I'm not blanks. I'm sorry. The cartridges you sent, you're right. Already fired cartridges that you sent. Why is that different than the live rounds?
That test was not requested by us.
The test, which
for
test?
Those cartridges?
For which cartridges?
You're talking about the 4 casings.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
And who requested
so that
those?
test came from the request for it came from Miss Morrissey.
Okay, so the special prosecutor decided that she was going to try to test the cartridges for the fingerprints. Is that right?
Yes.
So given that, I'm just trying to figure out why the live rounds couldn't have also been tested.
that's a good question.
I had that discussion with you several times, I believe.
Not
Right.
on not
We
in
did.
testimony.
We talked about it, and
Yes.
I just still wanted to ask you why those weren't submitted, because wouldn't it have been possible?
I think you heard testimony from the FBI that they wouldn't.
I don't think they said they wouldn't. I think they said a very low percentage.
Correct. So that
Hang on. My impression from the FBI testimony was that they said that the DNA and the fingerprints were not done on live rounds. I was under the impression that they were talking about the spent casings, the ones that had actually been fired, because the heat from the gun wipes them off. But here they're saying that none of the live rounds were requested at all. That's a little strange to me. I feel like there should be a request for at least one DNA or fingerprints, because I can understand if they need to take fingerprints, there's only so much space on there to then be able to test for DNA. I don't know, just test for them. That feels like a hole in the investigation to me. Yeah, Nicole Lechner. So I thought that the FBI said that they don't do it on live rounds, or sorry, on live rounds that have been spent. In other words, on the casings. Maybe I'm mistaken though. I might be mistaken. The testimony may have confused me a little bit. But that was my impression. So now I'm not sure.
again, I had this discussion with the district attorney's office, with our crime scene technician, along with our FBI Albuquerque representative. And I believe we took it back to the lab representatives as well, as to DNA and latent print testing on the live ammunition that we had found on set. So the reason why we did not proceed, which I had discussed with you,
Ooh. I don't like the tone that she's starting to get with which I had discussed with you. I'm sorry, that's not in front of the jury. Like those were conversations that you had elsewhere. We are now in court. This is for the jury. This is not for the attorney. So she's done very well up until around now with this cross-examination. But now she's starting to get a little bit, I don't like it. I don't like it.
as to why we did not do that testing was because there were several statements throughout my interviews and investigation in general that these live rounds had already been touched, handled. This wasn't day 1 of filming. I believe this was day 12. So we had already had statements that these rounds, one may have came from other movie sets, which were the ones in the bandoliers. The ones in the box had been handled by Sarah Zachary, along with, the ones that were in the weapon handled by Hannah and Dave. And there's just a lot of handling of those rounds.
Then why not test it to confirm it? To confirm that there wasn't handling by someone else? It doesn't, to me, this doesn't jive. It feels like they're making assumptions about these live rounds, and you can't make assumptions like that. I don't like it. I don't like this explanation.
To us and the discussions that we had, it didn't make sense for us to do testing on those when we already knew that there were numerous people handling them. It didn't make sense, which I discussed that with you. And I also referred, if you had any issues with that, going further to discuss it with the district attorney's office.
And you had no idea when those rounds appeared on set. You don't have any direct evidence of that.
Of when they did?
Yes.
No.
So you have no idea if they appeared on day 1 or day 11.
Correct.
So given that, the statement you just made about all this handling, you really don't know that, do you?
Yeah, you're
Because you
making
don't know when they
assumptions.
came onto set.
Again, there's a lot of people handling that stuff on set.
Well, if they appeared on the day in question, if that box had just appeared, then you have no idea how many people handled those, do you?
If that box had just appeared.
Yes, right. Right. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so
This is a good point for the defense.
You also heard Ms. Gutierrez-Reed state that they would frequently use dummies, and then they would mix them out with other boxes. And I asked Popple that. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
And so you don't know one way or another, because you just saw the boxes as they were on the 21st, whether those were the same rounds in the same box on the 18th, for example.
That's correct.
Okay. And you wouldn't know if they had used them before and then changed them out in a different box, correct?
Who are you referring to?
Ms. Zachary and Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. If they use them in the course of a day, you don't know which box they would have put them in.
That's correct.
Okay. When you went to Mr. Kenney's business to search, that was pursuant to search warrant again, correct?
Yes.
And so a judge again signed a search warrant on probable cause to search that business, correct?
Yes.
And you were looking for certain evidence of live rounds, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you take a series of photos at that search warrant?
Did I know?
Okay, Ms. Popple did?
Yes.
But you were present to see the various things that were there and that were being photographed.
Yes.
There was a picture that I want to show you in a moment of a box of ammo that had a steel wool in that picture. Do you recall that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
I want to show that to you.
So I do have an objection. This photo is not in evidence, and I don't know that the photo can come into evidence through this witness. Would you
Ooh,
like to
That's
approach?
that's a
or-
legit objection.
All right.
And Counsel, you had mentioned this was coming in.
Oh.
So this picture is the one that you talked about.
No. I told you the other picture from Mr. Kenney was coming in during his testimony. That is a photo that you should have gotten in through Ms. Popple, and you
Once again, this is so inappropriate. This is so inappropriate because it's pointing out the inadequacies of the other attorney in front of the jury is so inappropriate. This judge really should be stepping in and saying, sidebar right now. I do not like this. I find that to be incredibly unprofessional. I don't care what anybody says. I will say, generally speaking, there's a lot that I like about Carrie Morrissey and her advocacy. I think she does a very good job of doing her direct examinations for the most part. She's made some mistakes, but for the most part, she does a good job of like really carrying this team here. But there are some things that I really do not like, and she's got a certain streak of unprofessionalism that I just nope, not a fan. And this is one of them.
can call her back if you want to.
Well, if you want to, I'm gonna ask her if she recognizes it. If I
My
may
guess.
approach her. Do you recall, ma'am, if you can look at this photo?
Yeah.
Let's see if you recognize that box.
I couldn't say for certain.
So you
That's a
don't
look of
remember
satisfaction.
seeing this particular box and the steel wool and
Which is fair, right? He's the opposing attorney. He's grilling her right now. She doesn't like the fact that he's grilling her, especially for her professional work. People generally don't like that. But when she said, I can't really say that I recognize that, because she knows that that's helpful to the prosecution's case. But that was quite a look that she gave afterwards as he was walking away.
pulling the rounds in here. You don't remember this from the search?
Your Honor asked and answered. She's already said.
Sustained.
Okay, we'll call Officer Popple back.
He's
Um,
now that the thing about that photo getting into evidence through Miss Popple, that may very well be true, but pointing that out, that he flubbed big time on trying to get this piece of evidence in, or trying to get this, this exhibit into evidence in front of the jury, is just, I really don't like that. I really, really, really don't like that.
Let me ask you this. How many times have you prepped your testimony with Miss Morrissey?
A few.
How many times have you met with her? How many days?
I couldn't say an exact number.
Was it 2? Is it 3?
Again, I couldn't say an exact number.
So you don't know how many days you've met to prepare?
An exact number? No, and
No.
I don't want to just assume.
Okay. Have you talked to her on the phone about it?
Yes.
Did you go over the questions she was going to ask you and your answers?
Yes.
So in essence, you practiced for today, right?
Yes.
So your testimony that you've gone over these exhibits, you've gone over what you're going to say today.
That's correct.
So when you gave those answers earlier, in fact, you knew what a particular exhibit number was. It was 48. That was something you all had discussed, wasn't it?
I don't believe the specific exhibit number, but again, she showed me when she would ask about it.
On a break?
Just now when she
Right.
would ask about it.
Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head what Exhibit 48 is, and I don't know that the witness does. So in order for this to make sense,
She
and for her to
she didn't ask for clarification.
All
I
right.
think we're just going over this.
well, if he's mentioning me, I don't know what he's talking about.
Thank you.
Well, she does, because she was the one that
Let's
prepped you,
move
right?
on.
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Did Miss Morrissey prep you, or was it somebody else?
Yes, she did.
So she was there talking to you, right? Or on the phone or in person? She was the one talking to you. correct?
Yes, it's pretty normal to prep with the attorney you're working with for a trial.
Did you help prep other witnesses in this case with Miss Morrissey? Were you present?
No.
Okay. As a case agent, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wondering if you were present during other interviews.
Asked and answered. She already said no.
Move on.
Okay.
Real quick, Jonathan Preziosi. OMG. Oh, thanks for the super chat. OMG, I was really against Hannah, but she just gotten my opinion changed. Mistakes were made, but I vote not guilty now. This lead case lady is just as bad at her job as Hannah. And this is exactly why this is important for the defense to drill into, is to try to change people's minds on this. The investigation is just as important as any of the other evidence in here. And if there were flaws in the investigation, keep in mind, those flaws could be because people are incompetent. It could be because this was too overwhelming of a case for what the Santa Fe Police Department had the resources for. There are ways of both blaming and not blaming people, and still finding ways in which the investigation had problems, and that still can have an impact on the defense and on the defendant's rights. So that's the thing to keep in mind, is you don't need to come to the conclusion that the police department is, crooked or bad at their jobs or anything to come to the conclusion that there were gaps that are problematic for proving this case on the state's behalf. All right.
Now, Mr. Baldwin, I want to talk about him. You and Mr. Baldwin had 2 phone calls that you recorded. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have other phone calls that were not recorded?
There may have been.
Would that be unusual for, in your standard operating procedures, to have a call with a suspect that you do not record?
So it was a phone call. So no, we're not really required to use lapels to record phone calls.
Okay, is that true though, when you have a suspect in a shooting case, he's the one accused of shooting. If that person calls you, you're saying you don't have to record that?
By policy, no. I've had numerous phone calls where I potentially didn't have a lapel near me. They take time to turn on. So it's possible. There are probably other phone calls in this case that weren't recorded as well.
Do you remember the substance of the unrecorded phone calls?
Can you point them out? I don't.
I don't know, because we don't have them recorded. I'm just wondering if you can remember any of the substance.
No.
So in the recorded phone calls, do you recall a call of 13 minutes with Mr. Baldwin, approximately, in which he was driving to Vermont?
I'm sure that there was one.
And you recall that he was...
Come over here.
Okay.
I think that she's going to tell him, if you're about to testify again as to, evidence that's not in evidence, you're not going to be allowed to do that. That may be what's going on. Let me answer some questions while we're waiting, because I've got a bunch of these that I haven't been pausing to answer these. Llama Vomit, did they stop filming this movie, or are they planning on releasing the film in the future? They are planning on releasing. I think they finished it. The parts that they were almost done when this happened, by the way. So the parts that they didn't finish, they, like, so I don't know how many months later, like 6 months later, maybe something like that. They filmed in Utah. So obviously New Mexico was not going to allow them to come back after this. Yes, they are planning on releasing it. Cyan, it says, how many misfires and accidents happened before the death took place? 2, is my understanding. Luna X Nova, I thought she was shocked that someone reloaded a round to make it live on set instead of a dummy, not that they reloaded them in general. My impression was it seemed to me that her reaction meant that she was, or the meaning that she attached to that was sabotage, as opposed to just, oh, that's a live round. Because I thought at that point she was aware that there had been live rounds that were found. I thought she had. I'm sorry for not answering this like in the moment, because I probably could have given a more direct answer to that. But my impression in that moment was that she was reacting to, oh my God, like how could that possibly be, like, a live round, meaning that someone planted that. That the only way for that to happen is someone planted that. That was my impression. Maybe wrong. R&D photo studio. Is it possible this is how the drug use gets connected? As Sarah may be saying, the box reappeared after she was in the hotel room and saw the drugs and ammo. Could be. Could be. I'm sure we'll hear it from her. Okay, Cyan, does a lady use honey oatmeal shampoo on her beautiful hair? No, I use pretty basic shampoo, like, Dove and Pantene and that kind of stuff. I use some extra stuff too, but like hair mask stuff after shower, but that's pretty much it. It's a pretty short routine. I try. I'm a little too lazy, honestly, for a lot of stuff. MYH10. Maybe this was addressed, but what other than being brain dead could convince Hannah's lawyer to let her cooperate like this? Court performance suggests he's not mentally impaired. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Every lawyer makes mistakes sometimes. On a deposition, in an interview like this, it happens. I can't give an explanation because I don't know him personally, and I haven't been able to ask him. I haven't taken any opportunity to reach out to him at all. I don't know
Corporal,
that I will.
did you ever, and I don't want to know the substance, but did you ever talk to Troy Teskey in this case?
I believe very briefly.
And again, I don't want to know the substance of the call, but what during that call was Seth Kenney present?
I believe so.
Real quick, Jonathan Preziosi, thanks for the super chat. The fact that she didn't check fingerprints of the live rounds was so damning to the state for me. What if the unfired rounds had only one fingerprint on them? Or what if they had one of the fingerprints that they didn't expect to have on it? I do agree that is a hole. Whether that hole is significant enough is another matter. For me personally, the issue of who brought the rounds on set is not so much of an issue because she still should have checked the gun ahead of time. Like it's kind of her job to assume that there is a live round somewhere mixed in, and it's her job to make sure that doesn't get in the gun, right? So for me, the whole question of like who brought live rounds on set is interesting. It's fascinating, but at the end of the day, for me personally, it does not move the needle one direction or another. And also Paul Youngs gifted 1 Legalbytes membership. Thank you so much, Paul Youngs. The Great Green Arkle Seizure was gifted a membership by Paul Youngs. Welcome back to Bite Club. Very kind and generous of you, Paul. Thank you. All right, let's get back to the questions here.
And again, was this right around the time of the shooting?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. You, again, not getting into the substance, you did talk to Thel Reed in the course of this case, correct?
At your request.
And you did talk to him though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Joe Swanson?
I don't believe so.
On those boxes, the JS, I think you confirmed those stand for Joe Swanson?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I knew I recognized the name
Okay,
from
you're on
somewhere.
there,
It's been
just
a
a
while since I
moment.
watched Family Guy, though. I'm like, come on. That's funny. Okay, maybe another question here. Ty Langan. Why are witnesses so defensive to the defense, but not vice versa to prosecution? They're always like, well, if that's what I said, but answer prosecution with yes to no, etc. This is because they're on cross-examination. So you'll probably see something very similar with defense witnesses when they're getting cross-examined by the prosecution. I don't fault them for being more cagey on cross-examination, generally speaking,
It's what you need on the hearing. Is this?
unless it's
I
an
can tell you
unreasonable
how
kind of
the-
answer.
It's part of it. Yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
Again, I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like her like being this like derisive
Ma'am,
to him openly in front of the jury. I don't
You
like
recall
it.
when I started this, I asked you a question about the first interview, and where in that first interview, Miss Gutierrez-Reed had said she loaded it over the prop card. That she unloaded that gun over the prop card. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I believe I remember her saying something to that extent.
Okay, do you recall if I showed you pages of the transcript, would that refresh your memory as to the exact words that she had said?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I may approach? There's several pages here.
Okay.
You can read those to yourself, please. And it should be highlighted.
I would request that the witness read the entire thing. Not just Mr. Bowles' highlight portion.
They're not, I didn't highlight them.
Well,
So,
someone from the defense team highlighted them.
okay, did you get to review them?
I am asking that the witness review all of them.
Stay focused. We're gonna look at this.
Bev's Fry Bread Wisdom, thanks so much for the super chat. I understand that it was HG's job and therefore she is responsible. Why is AB being tried? It was obviously an accident and HG gave him the loaded gun because he's the one that allegedly pulled the trigger, right? He was the one who was holding it when it went off. And the thing is, he is a member of the Screen Actors Guild, and I'm pretty sure it's the Screen Actors Guild that also has like actors guidelines for safety on set, and that includes firearms. That every single time you're handed a firearm, you need to make sure that you need to affirmatively make sure that it's clear. There's a number of things there that implicate Alec Baldwin on set, but also it's not just that he not only is an actor, he also is a producer. There's been testimony in this trial that's come out so far that he had a lot of sway on set, and he used his weight that he would throw around on set to push people to go faster, cut corners, like that kind of stuff. So all of that is why he is also being tried, is that he's part of that chain of custody, right? He was the last line of defense in terms of like what was supposed to happen safety wise. And has a 1 member for 18 months. Thanks so much. On my way to the next membership food item, LOL cookie. I think so. Yeah, chocolate chip cookie should be the next one. All right. Let's see if maybe we'll skip ahead 5 seconds while she reads through this entire thing.
For the record, can we get the page numbers, the transcript that are being handed to the witness?
You probably should have had those because you looked at them.
I don't like that. I don't like his response there either. See, I'm going to be critical of both of them on this thing. I don't like that snippiness coming from him either.
Courtesy gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
It's page 28 through 32.
You're not the one examining. Please let him answer.
I will withdraw the
No.
request.
All right.
So you can tell that the other attorney, Monica, I can't remember what her last name is. She's also getting she's getting irritated. If she's trying to stand up to like help out her co-counsel. This must be very frustrating to sit and watch your co-counsel go through this cross-examination. This has not been a good one for him at all. Okay, I guess while we're waiting on that, Miss Fitness 3, Alita, aggressive, mean, strong-willed, out of line, not a be okay. I will say, normally, like in a litigator,
You have a
male or
chance to read
female,
those?
male or female in a litigator being aggressive, fine. I have no problem with that. I love a good aggressive female attorney. You know, on Mondays, usually I'm streaming the Menendez trial from 1993. I freaking like at this point, I love Leslie Abramson. She is probably the most aggressive attorney I have ever seen. and people either love her or they hate her. I really like her a lot. So I have no problem with an attorney being aggressive. I have no problem with a female attorney being aggressive or strong-willed or sometimes mean, but it's the tone that's getting used, and especially when it's being used in a personal way that I don't like. So that's that. Okay, let's get on to the testimony.
Yes.
If you can hand those back.
Can I just read her statement?
No, it's refreshing. your memory.
Okay.
You wanted the quote, but it's refreshing your memory. So
Okay.
if you can
This
remember
one's
from
gonna change
memory.
your mind, or- I'm gonna
What
let
are
it-
you saying, Mr. Bowles?
She's making eye contact with Carrie Morrissey right now, and I feel like what's going to come is she's going to be like, "Nah, I can't really remember. Independently, I can't remember." She's going to make this hard on him. She absolutely is, and witnesses will do that. Like witnesses will do that, and this is one who has testified before. She's been, for the most part, she's really held herself up really well. She's had a couple of moments, and I'm like, I don't like that, but overall, I like this witness. I think she's doing well. And she has every reason to be friendly with the prosecution. She's their witness. And she probably actually works with this prosecutor on other cases or has worked with her in the past. But if the jury starts to see this kind of stuff, they might be impacted by this and maybe start judging this witness if they don't like what she's doing with these little things of like the smirk, the tone of saying certain things like, "Oh, I already told you in another conversation," these kind of things, they can impact the jury. If people in the chat are getting impacted by it, the people in the jury might also be getting impacted by it. I don't know.
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying.
What would you like, sir?
We're trying to get to the truth. That's what I want.
All right, you all. If you all ask your question, I'll let you have coffee. Let's focus here with our caffeine and ask if she remembers what was said to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you remember now the exact words that were said?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her statement was, "I took them all out. It was there on the cart too."
Okay, and again, and this is entered into evidence. Do you recall actually that she said?
All right.
Something funny?
Yes.
You want
All right.
these-
You know what? We're going to take a break.
Yes,
Spare
thank
you a
you.
little. All right. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence.
Thank you. A break is sorely needed right now. Everybody needs a break. Everybody needs a timeout. Cheese and rice. Oh my God. All right. So is she going to say anything to them? I want to know if she's going to like admonish them after the jury leaves.
I guess here's my problem, Judge. This has been entered into evidence. So I did refresh your memory.
Well, the
but
transcript hasn't been entered into
the
evidence.
transcript, but the actual words of this should reflect what was said on the tape, unless there's objection by the government.
Oh my God. So he's trying. Okay. The judge is right. The transcript from that interview has not been entered into evidence. I suppose he can try to enter it into evidence, but the thing is, here's a problem with this. I think Carrie Morrissey knows. She knows. I mean, this transcript hasn't been entered into evidence. If he wants to enter it into evidence, he's got to do that on his own. But she's the one that suggested to him that he should use a transcript rather than playing like replaying a clip from the interview. And so it's like I feel like he's not aggressive enough for his client, in my opinion. He's not aggressive enough. He's not sticking to his guns enough on what it is that he's trying to do. And like he's kind of allowing the prosecution to like steamroll him a little bit. I mean, to that end, like good game to the prosecution, right? Like GG, all's fair in love and war. It's not exactly like improper for her to do that. It's up to him to be like, no, that's a bad idea. But like, I don't know. This is just bad. Did they turn off the sound now? Yeah, I think so. Damn it. Monica Barreras. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I wish we could see this. I mean, this is an open court. The media is there. They can see and hear this. Okay. All right. So let's see here. We've got all right. Everybody took a timeout. And let's get back to where they are here. But let me answer some questions before we get back to it. Sorry guys for those that want to get to it. Benji Lee, doesn't it look bad that he's asking questions that she answers with incorrect? Is he trying to trap her? It looks a little bit like he didn't pay attention. IMO. Exactly. So that's why when you're trying to impeach a witness or you're trying to direct them in a certain direction, you've got to have your receipts backed up behind you so that you don't just look like, oh, okay. It's very frustrating to watch. It makes the witness look like she knows what she's talking about, and the defense attorney is either not paying attention or doesn't know his stuff. Just because wants to know, does the witness's hairstyle and perpetual hair flipping work against her at all? Would you advise for a less distracting hairstyle? I mean, generally speaking, if when I'm talking to somebody ahead of any sort of deposition appearance, court appearance, especially if the depositions are recorded, anything like that, generally advised to wear comfortable clothing that is professional looking and not distracting, and same thing with hair. Whether it's distracting to the jury, I don't know. We're seeing her, up close in a box, right? Jury might have a little bit more distance on her. Maybe it's not so distracting to them. I don't know. KM wants to know, do you think the courtroom will be more filled during Alec Baldwin's trial? This court looks empty. I think the judge is probably going to have the same kind of rule as she does here, which I'm assuming that there is a rule because there are a lot of people that are interested, and I would expect this courtroom to be filled, even though it doesn't have like the star power that Alec Baldwin does. I think this judge is going to have a similar kind of rule that only media can be in the courtroom and everybody else is going to be in some overfilled room. Catherine the Great, this is more of a comment, but I wanted to address it. Don't rag on her for objecting, peeps. It's her job. I do agree. It 100% is her job to object, especially where it's appropriate. And even like strategically, right? To interrupt someone's flow, especially if it tends to work on opposing counsel, if it messes up their flow. His flow has been messed up many, many times in this cross-examination. However, my problem is the speaking objection part, because it just, especially with these two attorneys, it gets out of hand very, very quickly. I think both of them look very unprofessional when it happens, and it happens all the time. Jerry Roth, do lawyers always misspeak this much? We try not to. I guess it happens, but we try not to. KM, how do jury realistically ignore statements after hearing them, even if the judge says to strike off the comments? I mean, yeah, they don't. Realistically, it's more for the record than anything else, which is important for appeals. So the jury, I tell the chat, don't think about purple elephants. what are you thinking about right now? You're thinking about purple elephants, right? So sometimes that even can have like a Barbara Streisand effect, like, right? Like, don't think about the thing that they just said. Well, maybe I'm going to actually really remember that now. People don't exactly have a control over like what they're going to remember and what sticks in their brain. LK Rydan, the prosecution's objections really just make me think she's annoying because we're not getting anywhere. I mean, objecting too much can also be a thing. So the jury might be feeling like this is just another interruption to the testimony. I want to hear what the question is. I want to hear what the answer is. So sometimes that can backfire too. Whether that's happening here, I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't know what the jury's thinking, what they're paying attention to, what they're feeling. But if folks in the chat are feeling that way, folks on the jury might be feeling that way. Miss Fitness 3, sorry if answered. Is Seth a witness for the prosecution? I believe he's actually on both witness lists, which is just meaning that both of them have reserved him as a witness. I fully expect him to testify. He's a full-fledged boogeyman in this trial, and seems to be fairly important for the state to help prove their case against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. MM wants to know, Legalbytes, do you think you have bias in this case? I don't think so. I don't think so because I've gone back and forth a number of times as to whether I think she's guilty or not guilty, whether the state has proved their case. I'm working my way as we go through it, just like, just about anybody else. Keep in mind the state has the burden here. They have the burden of proving their case beyond reasonable doubt. So if there is reasonable doubt in this case on some important issues that get to the heart of the charges, then that's a reason to acquit. Even if you think that she did things wrong, but you think that the prosecution hasn't fully proved their case, then that's a reason to acquit. So, which can be hard if somebody is feeling emotionally like this person should be held responsible. But as for me, I really try to be mindful of that kind of thing. I really try to be mindful of the way that I'm reporting this stuff, the way that I'm presenting this stuff to people. And so it's why I'm openly criticizing both attorneys here as an example. I want to call it like I see it, and I want to be consistent across the board. Am I perfect in that? Probably not. But I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think I do. Yeah. Other than starting at the point of that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. That's the one way in which I have bias, which is the way that things are supposed to be set up in a court system. Let's see here. Jonathan Preciosi, thank you so much for the super chat. It's so unfortunate how Hannah behaves herself. I think she can look really cute if she tried and been a lot more professional. I think the industry rotted her brain and feminism let her down. I mean, I don't know what her thoughts are on feminism or anything else. So, because I don't know any of her thoughts on really any of this stuff other than what we've seen at trial. But I think that her, what we have seen is there is evidence here of her appearing unprofessional, right? And appearing in some ways inappropriate in terms of talking about this case in her interview in a way that was a little bit too relaxed considering the gravity of the situation. Which I think is unfortunate. It's gonna bite her in the ass in my opinion. Let's see, coming on down the line here. Could Carrie's attitude come back to haunt her with the jury in it? And all it takes is one to hang. Doctor Who 8675309. It's possible. It shouldn't be the case, right? An attorney's personality or style should not impact the jury because it should be based on the evidence. It should be based on whether or not the state has proven this case, whether the defense has thrown in enough for reasonable doubt. However, we have to be realistic with the fact that the jury is made up of 12 human beings, and human beings make conclusions. Sometimes they make conclusions about an agent of someone, and then therefore make conclusions about the person that they are representing as well, whether that's the state, whether it's the prosecution representing the state or the defense representing the defendant. So it could. I don't like it, but it could. Debbie Faison Cook, is there a way he can complain, like ask the judge to make her stop making him look bad? honestly, there is a way to minimize these speaking objection issues, and that is she gets up and objects with a speaking objection and says all this stuff. And instead of firing back at her, he says, "Your Honor, may we approach?" And that you look like the professional there. You look like the person that's not lobbing insults at the other person. But instead, he's responding back and firing back and having this whole argument. It takes two to tango, right? But the problem is he also has done his fair share of speaking objections when she's been doing her direct examinations. So I have this sense based on what we've seen so far. Maybe it's not correct, but I have the impression that he doesn't want to get into the he doesn't want to have a new establishment where they are just stating the objection and then having a sidebar every single time, because I think he also wants to grandstand to the jury as well. That seems to be his habit too. So it's like if he starts to complain about that, then that means he can't do it when he, when he's objecting on her direct examinations. Still, I think it would be the more professional look. But yeah. The Major LDN says, "I understand you don't like it, but people on the stand don't like being queried about their work product either, but have no choice. I feel lawyers should be subject to the same scrutiny." I 100% agree that lawyers should be subject to scrutiny. This is why I'm openly stating my opinions and my disagreements with these attorneys myself. I'm not mincing my words when I have a very strong opinion about this kind of stuff. So generally speaking, I agree. However, there is a time and a place to do it. The people who are on cross-examination, when they are testifying as a professional, you have to know that on cross-examination, you are going to be poked and prodded by the other side as to your flaws, as to your mistakes. Is it an uncomfortable place to be? 100%. Does it suck? Absolutely. Does anybody enjoy going through that? Probably not, unless you are an absolute glutton for punishment. So I empathize with the people that are sitting on cross-examination because no one wants to be there. At the same time, that doesn't mean that it's appropriate for these attorneys to start firing back and forth at one another, because like I said before, it is a massive distraction from the trial itself, and at some point the focus is going to be on the drama between these attorneys as opposed to the actual evidence, and that's not what we're here for, right? That is a tragedy for not just the defendant whose rights are at stake here, but also for the people that are being represented by the prosecution and for the victim in this case. Like her this incident that killed Halyna Hutchins should not be clouded by this drama between these attorneys. That's BS in my opinion. So I agree, attorneys should absolutely be subject to criticism, but there's a time and place for it. And that's not in the middle of trial like this. Megan Nelson, it seems like a vital cross to get spot on. It's just been a big fumble for the most part at the very beginning. Not to mention the many objections, 50-50 how the jury will see this. Oh, sorry, I thought there was a question in there. But I agree. LK Ryden, but if she didn't and she handed the gun to someone else, can't they suggest that person put the bullet in? Oh gosh, this was responding to something that I said in the moment. At the same time, she's still responsible for checking the gun, regardless. She's responsible for checking the gun and being the person to hand it to the actor. COVID protocols interfered with that, I guess. However, I think that there were some instances in which she was handing it to Alec Baldwin. That was the impression that I got. So, but the whole issue of who brought the live rounds on set to me just feels like a huge nothing burger. Okay. Let's see here. Any other questions that I missed? I don't think so. I think that we are good. Okay.
George.
Okay.
All right. So, obviously, obviously, State's Exhibit 67, which is the interview of Ms. Gutierrez at the police station on October 21, 2024, is relevant to both parties, and that's what we're not going to consume any more time. It's an evidence. You can certainly view it, and
That's
the
not good for
conclusion that
for
you
the
come up
defense.
to, okay? All right, thank you. And I have a question. Not that one. I'm looking for my sticker.
Yeah, he burned too much time trying to work to get that in. This is another reason why it's important it's important to have your ducks in a row for your cross examination, because the judge here is she's done with it. She's got no more patience for this issue. So sorry, man, it sucks. That really damages his cross examination. But that's a self-own. That's a self-inflicted wound.
Stickers.
It would be pretty funny if there was a question from the jury that was like, can the attorneys please stop openly bickering in front of us? That would be pretty funny. Okay. We're going to skip ahead.
Spin.
Oops. I went too far. Sorry. Redirect.
All right. Welcome back. Corporal, I want to take you back to the 4 spent casings that we were discussing. Do you remember where those spent casings were found?
I do not.
Do you have any information about where and by whom they were fired?
No.
Corporal, you were asked by Mr. Bowles if the stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you know, can the consumption of drugs also affect a person's memory?
Yes.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about your contact with some witnesses, and I want to follow up on that. You spoke to Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to him at Mr. Bowles's request, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Reed, he told you that the ammunition.
I'm gonna object this hearsay too, if that's what we're ruling.
Well, but it came in through him. He was actually asking about the specifics of the information that she received.
Approach, so we can.
Okay.
All right, Judge. Thank you for asking for them to approach. The thing is, if it was already offered through him previously, she might be offering it for a different thing. So it may have been admitted through, or it may have been accepted through him because of the purpose for which he was bringing it in. That might not be the same purpose that she is. So maybe
Do you recall your conversation with Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Do you recall the description you were provided from Mr. Reed about the type of bullets that he believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described.
Nope. Don't say that. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
what?
When you
Objection. Like, you can't tell the witness what to testify. I'm sorry. Let's hear that question back again.
believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described.
Nope. Don't say that. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, you can tell her, don't say what he said, yes or no. She's literally leading her with that, just say yes. It's one question, so whatever, maybe it's not neither here nor there at the end of the day, but I don't like it.
When you conducted the search of PDQ, did you find live ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Was the live ammunition consistent with the description provided by Mr. Reed?
Yes, it was.
Are photos of that ammunition entered into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about the photograph of the box of ammunition that Ms. Gutierrez showed you during the interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is the description or appearance of that box important for this investigation?
Because the photo that she had shown me matches the box that we
Sorry, guys.
found
Switching earbuds.
on Rust that she identified as the box she was using.
And what did you find inside that box that was noteworthy?
Live ammunition.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether or not there were safety meetings on set. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In any of the conversations that Ms. Gutierrez had with you, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or that she complained about lack of safety meetings?
No.
During the interview that you conducted on November 9th, 2021 with Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles, did you provide safety bulletins during that interview?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear to you from your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez that she had ever seen them before in her life?
No.
You were asked some questions about whether or not the prop truck was secured by law enforcement, I think in between the 21st and the execution of the warrant on the 27th. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And were you present in court when Ms. Walters took the stand?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify under oath that the prop truck was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify that the only person who she permitted to get into the prop truck in that time frame was actually the defendant?
Yes.
Did Mr. Baldwin call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kenney call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles ask other witnesses or potential witnesses to contact you?
Yes.
Because of, and let me ask you, in your conversations with Mr. Bowles, did he implicate Mr. Kenney?
That seemed to be the direction he was going.
Really quick, HKR, this witness seems so biased. I mean, yeah, you can have witnesses that come across as biased. This witness is going to be biased because this is her investigation that ended up with this charge in the first place. So she does have a natural professional bias in this. She definitely thinks that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is guilty here. I would not expect neutrality from someone like this. But it's from people who were like witnesses, from people who saw stuff on the scene, for example, that we would not want to be biased. You know what I mean? But yeah, from a witness like this, that doesn't bother me. Right.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Reed?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Reed implicate Mr. Kenney?
Yes, he did.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Teskey?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you
I don't
recall that?
remember.
Okay. And based on the information that you received from Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed, what did you do?
I followed up with the information that they provided me.
Did you petition the court for a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you seize items from PDQ?
Yes, I did.
I feel like we've already been here.
Did that investigation lend any usable evidence that Mr. Kenney provided the live ammunition to the set of rust?
No.
At some point, did you stop pursuing that lead?
Yes.
Why?
Because I had no evidence that supported the information that Mr. Bowles was giving me.
In my opinion, this redirect should be a lot shorter. It should be like those 2 questions. That's it. Because that cross-examination was so abominable that you don't need to have an extensive redirect. You're just dragging this out for the jury, who is probably tired of seeing this witness at this point because she's been up there for so long. So just wrap it up. Let's get the wrap it up music on.
Do you have any information that Mr. Kenney was on the set of Rust prior to the death of Ms. Hutchins?
That last question was
No.
perfect. You shouldn't have. You don't need to do
You
more.
were asked whether or not you sent the ammunition boxes that were provided by Mr. Kenney for fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Would you expect Mr. Kenney's fingerprints and DNA to be on ammunition that he provided?
Yes.
And we understand that I asked you to send the 4 spent casings for print analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with me where I asked you to do that?
Yes.
Did you tell me that it was highly unlikely that it was going to yield any results?
Yes.
And were you correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you know, and if you don't, just say so, when that box of the dummy rounds with the tape and the blue Sharpie writing that came from Seth Kenney, when did that arrive on set? Do you know?
I don't know the date.
In preparation for your testimony, did you meet with me?
Yes.
Did we meet over Zoom?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you met with me to prepare for testimony in this case?
I believe so.
You met with me on another occasion to prepare on another case. Is that correct?
Alec Baldwin case.
Why is it important for you to meet with the prosecuting attorney before you testify?
A lot of it is to refresh myself with, parts of the case and what I need to focus on, especially because this is such a big case. As you can see, I have a large binder and a large box. So it helps me to narrow down facts that I need to focus on.
And have you given truthful testimony today?
Yes.
When you met with me, did I tell you what to say?
We talked about what was going to be discussed.
Did I tell you what testimony to give?
Yes.
What did I tell you to give? Did I tell you to tell a lie?
No.
You're telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Did I tell you
No,
to
I'm
tell
not.
the truth?
Yes.
And we know that you had an interview with Ms. Gutierrez on the 21st of October and again on November 9th of 2021. On November 9th, did it appear to you that Ms. Gutierrez had been prepped by her attorney?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
You're excused. Next witness.
The state calls Gabrielle Pickle.
Oh,
Just a quick moment to track her down.
oh. The famous Gabrielle Pickle. Is she of the dill variety or the butter variety? I would like to know this. This is the most important question to ask of Gabrielle Pickle. Her cross is probably going to be intense.
Stand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Gabrielle Pickle.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
Could you rephrase the
In
question?
October of 2021, how were you employed?
Sorry. As to type of employment or my job title? I'm sorry.
Were you employed on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What was your position?
Line producer.
What is a line producer? Please let the jurors know what that is, what you do.
Basically the project manager, specifically focusing on the budget and managing the budget.
And did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about getting what I'm going to refer to as additional armorer days?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how was her employment set up in terms of armorer days and prop assistant days? Let these folks know how you had it arranged.
So we had originally, it all depended on the schedule, and we had originally scheduled 5 days with blanks on set. And so we had 5 armor days. And then as the schedule changed due to other departments and us filming, it expanded, meaning that we would need to split up some scenes and whatnot. And so it became 7 armor days, I believe. And then she requested different ones for different reasons. And I believe by the end of it, we had 10 armor days, if I remember correctly. And
so let me stop you. So when she asked you for additional armorer days, you gave them to her.
yes.
Did you actually double the number of armorer days that she was originally scheduled for?
Yes.
So I think you just testified that she had 10 armorer days total. Is that right?
That is to the best of my recollection, yes.
As of October 21st, 2021, how many days of filming had even happened?
Sorry, this is going to,
Yeah, no,
Take
take
a
your time.
minute.
And if you need to see a calendar, we can provide
that would
you.
actually be very helpful.
Sure.
Keep in mind, she might also be very nervous. I would imagine, any of the people that are crew members from the Rust set, this is probably their first time testifying in any trial. And this is a huge trial to be testifying in. So, the fact that she was like, what do you mean by how was I employed? Is to us, it seems very silly. But she's probably nervous. So we can give her a little bit of a break. At least for now. As for the budgeting issues, I don't know if we should give her a break. She's probably just as culpable as many or most of these other people that we've been talking about. But we'll see.
It was 2 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
Is that 21?
Of course.
All right.
And she also knows that she's about to be grilled. For sure.
Yes, 2 weeks and 2 days. So a total of 12. We were on our 12th shooting day.
So out of 12 days of filming, you gave her 10 armor days, correct?
Why does this feel
I
like a
believe a
cross-examination?
couple of those were training days, which would have been right prior to shooting.
Okay. And did Ms. Gutierrez ask you for additional training days?
There was an incident where she requested training that would involve Brady, which was a minor who did not fire weapons in the movie, and I denied that for insurance purposes. But that was the only one that we denied.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ask you specifically, well, let me rephrase. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she needed additional training time with Alec Baldwin?
Not phrased like that. Alec was in the question around Brady. Alec was going to be present because they film or their characters in the script were so often together, but it was specifically for Brady to learn. And yeah, to learn. Not the request was not because Alec needed more time.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't fully understand that question. How she was distinguishing whether she asked for Alec Baldwin's training or not.
It was because Brady wanted to do some gun training.
Yes.
And you said no because of insurance reasons?
Yes.
And what went into that decision? What were the insurance concerns that you had?
We would have had to inform insurance, and then we would have had to pay a little bit more money just
And-
because the
'Cause he's a minor.
element.
Because he's
Yeah.
a child,
Yes.
right? Okay. At any point in time, did you express concerns to Ms. Gutierrez that she was leaving firearms unattended?
I did in an email
Do
and
you-
then in person.
Do you recall the date?
I do not.
Would seeing a copy of it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach? I will, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's, do you need
Eyeballs.
glasses?
Really quick here. John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. So is the line producer below the assistant director Halls? I don't know that. It sounds like her role is independent of his. Maybe laterally connected. I'm not sure. Folks that are in the chat that are familiar with the Hollywood industry can inform better than I can. Also, real quick question. Luna X Nova, do you think they are purposely trying to delay and play games because it looks really bad? The laughing smirk seems like a game. I don't think so. I think this is just two attorneys here are getting overheated. They're starting to take things personally, and these comments are coming out in a way that is, in my opinion, unprofessional, but they're just tired and frustrated. I think that's why that's happening. I don't think it's intentional. All right.
No, October 14th.
Okay. I'm sorry.
October 14th is the date.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did. Thank you.
And did you suggest to Ms. Gutierrez a way of remedying the problem of leaving firearms unattended?
Yes.
What did you suggest?
Some type of logging system, check in, check out.
And did she respond to you?
She did respond via email.
And did she agree to a check-in, check-out log system?
No.
Why not, if she told you?
She said that it was too complicated to do in between scenes. And they had a system that they were working with, and I'm trying to recollect, that was end of day, I believe.
Okay. Did you then have an in-person meeting with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Brian Norvell, who was the production designer, Hannah, and I believe Roe was there for part of it, the UPM, and then she stepped away to handle something else.
And why would Mr. Norvell be there?
Because as production designer, he's over everything that is the look of the film, and that includes armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez express concerns about being torn between armorer duties and prop assistant duties?
Can you rephrase?
At any point in time, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did not have enough time to focus on her armorer duties because she was busy doing props?
No. The reverse would be true.
Oh,
So
that's bad for defense.
she focused more on her armorer duties and less on her props duties.
And did that create an issue for
Wait,
you?
That's not the reverse though. She said, did Hannah Gutierrez-Reed indicate to you that she didn't have enough time for her armorer duties? No, and she was spending more time on her armorer duties. That's not the reverse. It sounds like you could still have the two things at the same time, but if she didn't communicate that to her, she didn't communicate that to her. But okay. Follow-up question is going to be, did you ever tell her that she's spending too much time on this? That's going to come up on cross if it doesn't on direct.
Let me ask you, did you ask Ms. Gutierrez to spend less time on armorer duties and more time supporting props?
On props days, yes.
And when you say props days, what do you mean?
Meaning where she was not acting as armor. They were not the armor days that we just referenced.
And in the meeting that you had with Ms. Gutierrez, did you offer her additional support so that she could accomplish her tasks for both jobs?
Yes.
What additional support did you offer?
It was a collaboration of offers between production and the art department.
So my question is, what support was being offered to her?
Admin support, organizational, all the paperwork, to try to take as much off of her plate as possible so that she could really focus on the set duties.
After the meeting where you offered support, did Ms. Gutierrez again tell you that she was spread too thin?
No, we seem to have a plan to move forward.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that Mr. Baldwin wasn't paying attention during his firearm training that she conducted with him?
Not that I recall.
In terms of the I apologize, I lost my train of thought. I'm over 50 and it's getting late in the day.
It has been a day.
Is there a difference in pay for armor and prop assistant?
Yes.
Which pays more?
Armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez also express, perhaps not concerns, but desires to you that her armorer days be something that would be recognized by the union?
So she and I had a conversation early on in her hire about the production once we had wrapped. And I can't remember the exact procedure, but basically writing down her days to submit them to the union to count toward her qualification. I don't remember it being armor specific. I thought it was all days, but that is my memory.
Okay.
Really quick, also, this is an interesting point. Horse and man, I think she's saying that not all shoot days had weapons involved. It sounds like that's what they're suggesting. I wish they would draw a cleaner line through that, if that is what they're trying to say. Because if that's the case, if there were some days when there were no weapons being used on set at all, yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't have a need for an armorer and just have her doing another job instead. But that's assuming. All right.
And do you know what union she was attempting to become a part of?
It was the California local union. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, the number of their specific local.
Are you a member of that union?
I am not.
Do you know whether or not you have to be a resident of California to be a member of that union?
I do not.
All right. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 148. Let me confer. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, that question about whether she needed to be a California resident to be a member of the union. Of course, the witness is not going to know the answer to that because she doesn't even remember which specific local union she was trying to get into, other than that it was a California one. So how would she know the rules of getting into it? That was just to put that thought for the jury of like, she's an Arizona resident, right? She's not a California resident. So, like how and why and what's happening? She's just putting that thought for the jury to think about.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, it's a union start. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this document signed by Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is this document also signed by you?
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of this document to seek reimbursement for her armorer expenses?
Yes.
I move for the admission of States Exhibit 148.
Yeah, I think the document is still hearsay.
What document is it? And counsel approach?
Good call, Judge. All right, let's fast forward while they sidebar. Excuse me. No? Okay. Still sidebarring. All right.
let me shift gears real quick and then we'll go back. On the days that there was not blank gunfire on the set of Rust, were there prop guns being used by actors that were in fact real guns?
I don't know.
Okay. I appreciate that. Rather than introduce the exhibit, have you reviewed this exhibit?
Yes,
And was it submitted to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
it was submitted to my team, who then submitted to me by Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. And you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first item that Ms. Gutierrez was requesting reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
Thank you. Let me just review my notes real quick. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Pickard, good afternoon. I wanted to ask you
Ma'am.
first on the hiring process for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
Mhm.
Was this a collaborative process with the producers?
It was.
Did you have input into that process, into hiring her?
Yes,
Okay. Ultimately, were you the one that made the decision to hire her?
no, I made the offer.
Okay. Who made the actual decision?
I mean, I would say it was a collaborative decision from the
Okay.
top down. Everybody had to sign off.
And so part of that offer process was that she would be hired as a key props assistant and an armor, correct?
Yes,
And ma'am, you testified today that you had allocated 10 armor days to her?
I believe so.
Okay. And as part of that film, how many total days of filming do you recall were there going to be to complete the film?
We had not decided at this point. It was, I believe, 22 or 23, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and I'm not holding you to a specific date, but it was 22 or 23 in your memory.
Yes,
Okay, so out of that 22 or 23, approximately less than half, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was going to be in an armor position.
correct.
Okay. Now, by the time of the shooting incident on October 21st, I think you had said there had been approximately 12 days,
12 filming days.
12
yes.
filming days. Okay. Do you know how many training days had happened by that point?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. Do you recall a training where Ms. Gutierrez-Reed conducted for actors and some of the producers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many people were at that training?
Total?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay.
I know there were we had producers. I was there for the first training and then I had to leave for something else. There were multiple actors that were trained that day. I would say a handful of crew that were there, as well as actors.
Okay. And so just in terms of numbers, can you tell the jury just an idea, if you have a ballpark, how many people?
I would say between 7 and 12
Okay.
at any given time.
And was Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, in your memory, training them all together, or were they grouped, or how did that training work?
She started off with some general training and then worked with them kind of individually to figure out, because they had to figure out the right weapons for their characters and things. And so she worked them through that, and also their level of comfort with different types of blanks. And so that was more individual, but there were multiple people there at a time.
Do you know approximately how long that training was?
No, I was only there for probably an hour.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Baldwin there being trained?
He was not at that training. No, he was not in the state at that point.
Okay. And ma'am, do you know if he at one point was able to attend some type of training with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
He did.
Did you witness that training?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge of observing it, but you do know that it happened.
I know that it was on the schedule.
Okay.
That is the extent of my personal knowledge. We coordinated with multiple departments to make sure that could happen.
Okay. Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had requested to do cross-draw training with Mr. Baldwin?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Baldwin ever had cross-draw training on set?
I have no idea.
Okay. With regard to the duties that she was performing, I think she said she was focusing more on her armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that she was hired in both positions and that she needed to be focusing more on her props duties?
On props days, yes.
Okay. And those props days were delineated in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
Now on those
Or
props
by
days,
the schedule.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to reword that. They were delineated by the schedule. They did not necessarily appear on the schedule.
Okay. Would some of those days include use of weapons on those props days?
The difference was blank firing. So if there were blanks present, then that was an armor day.
Okay, but if there were not blanks present, but there's firearms present, would you agree with me that that's still an armor function?
I mean, it was a Western, so everything that the actors touched is considered a prop. And that was where we had the line between like props and armor.
Okay,
I don't like that. I don't like that at all, because that means that Rust Productions was operating under the assumption that the blanks and dummies were separated, and like they can make a distinction, and also like there couldn't be a mistake between the two. Like that's an open invitation for a mistake like this to happen on a non-armorer day. If you have working firearms that are on set, even though technically I know folks in the chat have said that that the firearms are technically props, the ammunition is technically part of the armorer's duty, or what she oversees. That said, when they are working firearms, you can have dummies that turn out to be live rounds, and if you don't have the armorer working that day, what the hell, right? You have a huge mistake that is a safety mistake, that you don't have the person who's supposed to be overseeing that safety working on it. I don't like that policy at all. That's a huge issue for Rust Productions, and something that the defense is probably gonna want to hammer in at closing arguments.
okay. Well, so did you consider the firearms to be the props?
Some of them were.
Okay. Which ones were props versus not props?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay.
It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but at least your understanding was at least some of the firearms were props.
Yes.
Now, was that clearly delineated to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed as to which firearms were props and which ones were under armor?
That information more came from her because she was the expert in weaponry, not
Okay.
myself.
Okay, was that written down somewhere, which firearms would be which?
I don't believe so.
That's
Not to
also
my knowledge.
confusing.
Okay. And
Also
then,
good for the defense.
with regard to non-blank days, were those all prop days?
Yes.
Okay. So if there weren't blanks being fired, even if there are firearms being used, those are props days.
Correct.
Okay.
See, if it was that there are firearms present, but no rounds being used at all, then I can understand there being a distinction for armorer days, non-armorer days. Because then if you don't have anything in there, I mean, even still though, you need an expert to be able to check the chamber, check to make sure that it doesn't have anything in it. Like that's still irresponsible. But this assumption that they've got their blanks days and their dummies days, like that's a recipe for disaster. That is playing with fire.
Now, um, didn't you attend and witness some of the trainings that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had done? You said you spent an hour at the one.
Mhm.
And were you impressed at how she handled the training?
I was.
Okay.
I learned a lot.
Did you have any issues or anybody come to you and complain about it?
About the training?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the Lucian, I agree. The rule should be working guns.
The date of the incident, are you familiar with Video Village?
Yes.
Were you aware that the day this happened, the Video Village went down?
Can you further expand on that?
Yes, that Video Village was not operating the day that the shooting occurred.
Is this due to the camera delay? Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm just, actually, I was going to ask you first if you knew about that Video Village going down.
No.
Okay. But you said there was a camera delay.
Mhm.
Was that because were you aware the camera crew had walked off the day before?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware they had come back that next day?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with any of them?
Yes.
Did you end up calling the police?
Oh,
On them?
Yes, for
No.
any reason. Okay, so was it a pleasant interaction?
Not particularly.
Okay.
But I was just there to make sure they took their stuff and then the production rentals stayed where they were.
Okay. How long were they on set that next day?
I do not remember. As short a time as we could manage for them to
Okay.
pack up their gear.
Okay, you were trying to get them off as quick as you could.
Well, we needed to start our day. So
Yeah.
we were trying to, move that first and then get rolling.
Did that delay the start of that day?
It did.
Do you know approximately how long that was delayed?
Hours.
So at the time you all were able to start the day and start the various things you're going to do, you're already hours behind.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a general perception of trying to move quick that day or
No,
get things done?
we had to replace the camera team, and we all know that takes time to get new people into the rhythm. We had been meeting with different people in charge to figure out what we were moving to other days, and how we were going to absorb basically what could have been a half day loss at that point. So there wasn't rushing. All the other departments had all of those hours to do whatever they saw fit. The only people that were really intensely focused was the new camera team, trying to learn the equipment and get up to speed.
Do you know whether on that day, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had already used her armor days?
I know that day was an armor day.
But do you know
That's
if she had
important.
already used her armor days that had been allocated?
No, that one was also approved.
Okay. Because you were on day 12, and I'm just wondering, because you said you gave her 10.
They weren't necessarily consecutive.
Okay. Okay.
but what she said, she wasn't asked that, but this is an answer that she supplied, was that the day of the incident was an armorer day. So it's important to show just how messed up this this production set was. But in terms of like the question of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's liability or non-liability, it's important to know that that in fact was an armor a day. And so it's in that sense a little bit irrelevant, the whole issue of armor days, non-armor days, because that was a day when she had full responsibilities and was getting paid for it and everything.
But you don't know how many she had used up to that day.
I do not. No.
At one point, didn't you tell Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that she wasn't going to be allocated any more training days? But I think you actually worded it training days.
I did. I misspelled in the text message. Yes.
Yes, and it was a text with her, and this was you remember approximately what day that was?
I do not.
And why did you tell her there would be no more training days is what you were trying to say?
At that point, we didn't need them. And she and I had communicated since the very beginning that we wanted to keep track of all of her armor days. And so we texted back and forth fairly often. I mean, every few days.
And do you recall what the context was, why she was asking for more training days?
So the specific instance that I remember was her asking for a training day with Alec and our minor lead, Brady. And that was the one that I said no to, due to it being a minor.
And I just want to ask you if I showed you a text, would it refresh you as to the date that this occurred? That this exchange occurred?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
I think I have it in front of me.
If you can read this, ma'am.
Sorry, there are two dates on this page. I can read. October 15th, 2021.
And do you recall getting that text or having this text exchange with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Once you
Oh,
get here,
yes.
you're gonna keep asking him questions.
Do I?
No, he needs to retrieve that from you. Are you gonna retrieve that from her?
Yes, once are you finished reading it now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall having that text exchange?
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez-Reed? Okay. And that was in regard to the training of Alec Baldwin.
Mhm.
And do you remember Ms. Gutierrez-Reed saying she's on day 6, and this would be day 7 of 8 of her training days, her armory days. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Does that change your opinion as to how many armor days she had, that she had 8 as opposed to 10?
No, I believe her armor days, and we can check the pay stubs, but I believe she had the 10 armor days. It may have been that 8 were filming days, and 2 were training days. I do not recall the exact split, but I do recall it being 10 days.
If you are able to, can you pull those pay stubs?
I don't have access to them anymore.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
that would be.
We've also have you under subpoena. You're aware of that, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so we may recall you in our case.
Counsel approach.
Let's see here. I think we've got some questions here. Shona M72, how many witnesses are expected? I don't know. They do have their witness lists up on the docket. However, those are the witnesses that they've reserved to call. They're not necessarily going to call all of them. So I don't know exactly how many witnesses each side is going to call. However, trial is expected to last through March 6th. So I don't know. I assume we're going to get to the the state's close or case in chief closing
And ma'am,
soonish.
if your memory is correct, it's correct, but if your memory is 10 days.
That is my memory.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out what you remember. With regard to the accidental discharges that occurred on set,
Mhm.
did you become aware of those?
I was made aware of one. It was reported to the UPM, Roe Walters, and she informed me that it had happened, and I asked her to investigate, and she did, and reported back that she and Hannah had had a conversation, and she felt very good with where the precautions that were in place.
Okay, so you said you were aware of one. Do you know which one this involved?
It was one reported by Lane Looper via text message to Roe. I don't know if that's in evidence.
Who is Lane Looper?
He was one of the camera crew.
Okay. So, as I understand, Mr. Looper was raising a safety issue through a text, and that went to Roe Walters?
Yes.
And then that was investigated. Then what occurred as a result of that, if anything?
It was investigated. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
do not recall.
Basically, nothing
Now,
happened.
are you now
Action
aware
didn't
there were
care about
2
safety.
accidental discharges?
I found that out afterwards. Yes.
When did you learn that?
Maybe 3 or 4 days after the incident.
Do you know whether there was any investigation after you learned of that second one?
Could you clarify?
Yes. Do you know whether there was any investigation done after you learned of the second accidental discharge? Did anybody look into it, to your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you do anything personally?
I almost expected her to say, I wouldn't even know what an investigation looks like, which would be a bad response. But that was like almost what I felt like she was going to say.
Once you learned about the accident, the second one, did you do anything to investigate that?
Everything was shut down at that point. Like I found out through other attorneys asking
Okay.
me questions. This was not a set discovery or
Okay.
on-set discovery.
And I was wondering, because the discharges were the 16th, and I think you said 3 or 4 days later.
Sorry. The discharge that I was made aware of via Roe was the only one that I knew about during filming. The others I found out about 3 or 4 days after the 21st.
I see. Okay.
Once everything had shut down and everybody was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
That's when that came to my attention.
Okay. Now,
Real quick, John O'Rourke, thanks for the super chat. Is it rude to call a witness out for not being able to read, even if they can, or a bullying tactic? I mean, I would say that's a bullying tactic. There are ways of showing that without telling that. That's going to be better if that's what you're trying to insinuate, is that they are having a hard time with understanding something or reading something. I don't know, but regardless, it's the kind of thing that more likely than not is going to just look petty to the jury, and you don't want them to think you're petty, because that can assign negative connotations that they might assign to your client. So I wouldn't advise doing it.
now, with an accidental discharge like this, you have things called a production report, correct?
Correct.
And that is basically a daily log of what happened that day that might be important.
Mhm.
And ma'am, would you expect that something like an accidental discharge would be put on a production report?
I would like it to be.
With regard to these, do you know if they made it onto a production report?
I do not recall.
Okay.
I would need to see the production reports.
Okay. But in any event, with regard to the second one, doesn't sound like it made it on the report.
I was not aware of it, and I did read every production report.
Whose responsibility in the chain of command would it be to report those accidental discharges?
Anyone on set?
Would the first assistant director have responsibility? In terms of the production report,
So the AD team is responsible for the production report.
Okay.
Yes. If they were not made aware, I don't know how to answer that question.
oh, okay. So they have to become aware of it.
Yes,
But
somebody would need to let them know in
But-
order.
Okay. And if they do become aware of it, do they have a duty then to,
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Which it sounds like everybody knew about it, so it should have ended up in a
Are
report. for
you
them.
aware whether daily safety meetings were being conducted on set?
Safety meetings were being conducted. They were not every day. They were typically on the days where there was any type of bigger element, special effects, stunts, blanked days, etc.
Okay. And do you know, with regard to safety bulletins, whether those were being attached to the call sheets on a daily basis?
Some were and some were not, which I found out days after the incident.
You also, during this time, had a COVID. This was October 2021. So did you have a COVID protocol?
We did.
And in general, was that pretty much what we all knew at the time, to limit contact, to wear a mask? I mean, what did that entail?
You're testing my memory. We tested. I cannot remember how often. Frequently. Everybody wore masks. We had hand sanitizer everywhere. Everything was wiped down. I think that was about it.
Okay. Did you know whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was vaccinated or not?
We did not ask for vaccination information from cast and crew.
Okay. And I guess in general, I take it that in general, you wouldn't want a lot of people in a small space if you could help it. Like if there's filming going on in a small building, that's kind of what the COVID protocol was at the time.
Yes. It was not often practical because filming takes place in small buildings, but
Sure. But to the extent possible, that was the goal.
yes, that was the goal.
Okay. There, ma'am, just a moment.
Okay. So now we've finally got some COVID testimony about how that it could have interfered with her ability to do her job.
Ms. Pickle, do you recall the entire text communication that you had with Ms. Gutierrez regarding the training days?
I would need to review.
Would showing you
Yes.
the entire text thread refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to review pages 12,201 through 12,205.
Okay.
May I?
Elsky wants to know what kind of sentence could Hannah be looking at if found guilty for the involuntary manslaughter charge, a max of 18 months, and for the evidence tampering charge, max of 18 months. So max of 3 years total if she's found guilty of both and the judge decides to throw the book at her.
About the threat.
Those are
No, I know. I'm refreshing your memory. I just asked if she had remembered.
Court TV turning down the volume. Oh man, I hate these sideways comments between them. The bickering is just so bad. Atheist aunt, yes, Alita was losing her mind over it.
Yes.
Absolutely. I went on a little bit of a rant.
Hand that to you. I want you to take your time. You're going to review 4 or 5 pages.
Nicole Lechner wants to know, is a leather jacket appropriate for court? Keep in mind, well, okay. Let me say this. When it comes to courtroom dress, a lot of it is bringing certain expectations to your presentation in front of the jury, right? If you're one of the lawyers, dress like a lawyer. If you're one of the parties, dress like this is a very serious affair. If you are one of the expert witnesses, also dress professionally. If you're one of the lay witnesses, you want to dress in a way that is respectful of the court and all the people in it. So not in a way that is like overly revealing and that kind of thing. I think a leather jacket could be fine, especially because of the fact that this is somebody who is coming in as a Hollywood crew member. Like I would at least for me anyway, this is my impression is, I would expect somebody who works in Hollywood to be a bit more casual overall in their regular dress when they are working. So, a leather jacket, could be fine. Do I love it? Would I ask her to wear something different, like a cardigan maybe? Sure. But like, I don't exactly hate the fact that she's wearing a leather jacket either. Mason, thanks so much for the super chat. What was the deal with the defense lawyer mentioning to Miss Pickle about how they have her under subpoena all about? I am not sure. I sometimes get distracted and I apologize. I want to try to pay attention and focus on the testimony at all times. I must have missed that. I'm very, very sorry. It could just be the fact that she's being compelled to be there as opposed to wanting to be there. I'm not sure. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better answer. A Scout and a Bradley, thanks for the super chat, coffee fund, and medic inedible to you or your headache. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue on with the testimony. Maybe fast forward 5 seconds, another 5 seconds. As
Go
she's
through
reading
these
through all the
questions,
text
refresh your
messages.
memory.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take that back as we go through these questions. If you need to see it again to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
Was your memory refreshed as to the date of the text exchange regarding the training days of Alec Baldwin and Brady? Want me to approach again?
Yes, I did not look at every single date. I'm sorry.
That's okay. May I? And again, ma'am, you are welcome to scroll through.
Do I need to look at every date and have?
I don't.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
All right. Maybe we can fast forward a little bit more here with 5 seconds at a time.
So on October 17th of 2021, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez that there would be no more training days?
Yes.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes.
She's reading from a document not admitted in evidence.
Ooh.
Can I refresh your memory again?
Yes.
No, just don't read.
Okay. Do you want me to ask the question again without reading it? Okay. Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes, she did.
That's no.
Oh, I thought that's,
No, just did she respond to you?
did she respond to you?
She did.
Well, now we've already done it, so
Okay.
move on.
I want to move to strike that.
It's fine, I'll strike the answer, okay? The question and answer.
Ma'am, do you recall what Ms. Gutierrez's response was to you when you said no more training days?
Right on.
Thank you.
fine.
Did reviewing these messages refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Gutierrez that she would have 10 total armorer days?
Yes, it is confirmed in that text chain that we both knew that there were 10 armor days,
Not 8.
not 8, 10.
Now, we understand that you, Russ Productions hired Ms. Gutierrez to be armorer and also prop assistant, correct?
Correct.
And did Ms. Gutierrez agree to take on both roles?
Yes.
Even though production stopped on October 21st, had this incident not occurred, production was going to continue, correct?
Yes.
For a couple more weeks, is that right?
Yes.
And was it within the discretion of Rust Productions to continue to increase armorer days if necessary throughout the course of the filming?
Yes.
So just because she was given 10 by October 21st, that doesn't mean that she was going to be limited to 10 for the duration of the filming.
Correct.
You indicated that you were the line producer on this set.
Yes.
Prior to October 21st of 2021, how many times had you been a line producer for a film?
I feel like I should have that memorized.
And you don't have to be exact.
I've been a line producer for more than a decade.
During that decade.
4 to 5 films a year.
Okay. So 40 to 50?
Yeah.
In those 40 to 50 films, can you estimate for us how many of those films had an armorer?
Five or six, to my recollection.
Okay. Are you yourself familiar with firearms and firearm training?
No.
So for the hour that you observed Ms. Gutierrez's firearm training, did you have any experience from which to compare it?
I have sat in on a couple of other trainings.
Okay. Did those trainings include the use of single action revolvers?
I don't know enough to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. And you indicated on October 21st that there was a delay in filming because of replacing the camera crew, correct?
Correct.
And that filming was delayed for hours, right?
Yes.
And during those hours where filming was not occurring, was Ms. Gutierrez free to go inspect her dummy rounds and do any other work she needed to do?
Yes.
In terms of the accidental discharges, did Ms. Gutierrez bring them to your attention?
No.
Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez brought the accidental discharges to the attention of anyone in production?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Could Ms. Gutierrez have reported the accidental discharges to production?
Without me hearing about it?
No, just could she report it to anyone in production?
Yes.
Anyone on set could, right?
I thought everybody knew about it anyway.
And Mr. Looper did,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
You were asked some questions about the COVID protocol on set. Did the COVID protocol require Ms. Gutierrez to leave the firearm in the church on October 21st and leave the church?
Your Honor, I don't object to speculation.
Yeah.
Not a foundation.
If
I
you
have
You've got to
no
first ask her
knowledge.
if she knows.
I can't answer that. I don't.
Well, did you have knowledge of the COVID protocol for the set?
I had knowledge of the one-page document that we had of the basics. As far as what happened on set, that was really not my job.
Okay. The one-page document that you're talking about, did it indicate that the armor needed to be separated from the firearms?
It had no such specifics.
I mean, it seems like it wouldn't be specific to the armorer, but it would say something about, you know, how many people you can have in a room and that kind of thing.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
This witness is excused, thank you. Counsel?
Okay, I think that's probably going to be it for the day. Yeah, her testimony ended up being not terribly helpful for the state. Shireen wants to know, is there a non-custodial sentence that she could get? I don't know. We'd have to look at the sentencing guidelines for that specifically. I haven't looked at them on this, but I would imagine that she can get something along those lines, especially if she doesn't have a record. I don't know what her record is, if she has one. Akiruki, thanks so much.
It's going to take longer than the, the next 35 minutes, so to speak. So I think it's better that you all head out and
Yay.
will approach this fresh in the morning. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please don't research, look on Google about the Rust matter or this case, and we will avoid the delays that have somewhat occurred from time to time. We'll try to get at a better clip here, okay? Thank you.
All right.
All right. Akiruki, thanks so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very kind and generous of you. So Nicole Lechner, Atheist Ant, MM, PJ, and DS, you have all been gifted memberships by Akiruki. So welcome or welcome back to Bite Club. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, Akiruki. It really does help. Okay, and right on the heels of that, it looks like we've got a gifting train. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships, also kind and generous. So Emily Atelier, Kayla Myers, Justin DeBoer, But First Coffee, Julie Dunn, you have all been gifted memberships by John O'Rourke. So welcome or welcome back to Bite Club. Love to see it. Thank you so much, John. All right, let's see here. Are we caught up? No, we're just not. And is there going to be anything? Probably not. Looks like a sidebar. More sidebar. Yeah. Okay. That's the end of the day. So thank you guys very, very much for joining. Hey, kitty cat, that's my water. That's not your water. That's my water. You're not supposed to drink that. Yeah, this was a wild day. This definitely was. I'm going to take the other one off too, because Indy is not even here anymore. This was a definitely wild day. A lot of animosity definitely boiling over between the prosecution and the defense. I don't like to see what we saw in terms of the bickering between the two. But we should do an end of day poll really quick. Let me see here. Okay, I'm just gonna make a really quick poll. It might not be end up with enough people, folks. If you have any questions, let me know in there, and I'll try to scoop them up and ask that or answer them. Also, end of day 5. Okay. Okay. End of day 5. Which way do you lean, folks? Let's get we will get your votes in and then see how this goes. My impression is I think that the defense is doing whatever they can for their case, which is good. I like to see it. I like to see the defense trying to score all of the points that they can. And on the issue of where the live rounds came from, they are doing a good job of muddying the waters. And this is the thing. The prosecution should be trying to make everything as simple and as clear as possible. The simpler this case is, the easier it is to convict Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, to say, look, she had a job to do and she didn't do it. Regardless of what anybody else did, she had a job to do and she didn't do it. If the jury is thinking that, then I mean, of course, that's an acquittal, or sorry, a conviction. But the more murkiness that the defense injects, and so that's really their goal, right, is to inject a lot of murkiness into the water so that they can say, like, I mean, hey, maybe she was responsible, maybe she wasn't, maybe it was so-and-so's fault, maybe it was that person's fault, all of, like that kind of stuff. The more they do that, the more they kind of confuse the jury. You don't really want to confuse the jury, but you make people really doubt whether or not they should convict. That can create a lot of reasonable doubt. Or at the very least, a hung jury. You might have some people that are like, I can't possibly hold her responsible for all of the problems that other people around her did. That's unfair to pin her with all of these other mistakes and incompetencies that other people around her did. Or, on the other side, then you've got other people saying, no, it's still her responsibility. She should have walked out if she thought that there was dangers on set that she couldn't be in control of. That would have been the right call by her. And I just realized how far my mic was away from me. Sorry. But by, if the defense can convince one or two people on that jury and to like stick to their guns on that she shouldn't be held responsible here for this, then they've got a hung jury, which means a mistrial, which means it's up to the state to determine if they want to put on a second trial here. I don't know if they want to. It's a lot of resources that go into a trial. But I mean, I don't have any insider information as to whether or not the state would want to do that. Alero, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. What were the key takeaways from HGR's interviews? For me, the biggest thing that sticks out is the fact that she was very casual during that interview. It did not sit right with me. It really didn't, because, I mean, at the time, she may have been thinking, well, no, I mean, she knew going into this that the whole reason that they had her in there was because of the fact that, a cast member died. Like there was someone on set who died as a result of something that happened, and that was also on her watch. So the fact that she was so casual really strikes me the wrong way, because it's we are here with somebody dying, and it just seems like she's not attributing the proper weight to it, which makes it seem like she's got, she is not taking responsibility and maybe needs to. She also, was making admissions about what her responsibilities were and things that she did and things that she didn't do. She said one of the terrible things that she said was, I checked most of them, or I mostly checked them. Meaning like the dummy rounds, which is like the standard should be she checks all of them, every single one that she puts into a firearm. And when she was talking about checking the dummy rounds by shaking them, she wasn't shaking the individual rounds one by one. She was shaking them maybe two at a time, or maybe an entire box all at once. She says this multiple times in this interview, which is like, I if you understand the purpose of shaking it, you know that it's a dumb idea to try to get the same result by shaking the entire box, because you know it's going to jingle because you've got the dummy rounds jingling against one another. So, yeah. Anyway, those are some of the main takeaways for me. Akiruki, there should be an option for everyone's guilty. Well, we are watching the trial of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed after all. So, that is why we are focusing on this in particular. But I do agree there are many people here on set who should have been held responsible and who should still yet be held responsible. Mads Bazoo, thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks for another day of great coverage, Alita. Also reposting my question is, I don't recall a clever way of lying on the stand without being perjured. And is there that looks like a 1 out of 2. Is there a 2 out of 2? Waiting on that. Well, I'll answer the first part of that at least. It can be, but generally speaking, we do want people to answer questions that are put in front of them. If somebody overuses, I don't recall, it can start to look evasive. It can start to look very shady. And that jury is always looking for, is this person trying to lie to me? So that can very well strike jurors the wrong way if somebody starts to overuse, I don't recall. And also the second question, anyone who's impeached on the stand charged with perjury in all cases? No. It's there's a huge discrepancy between somebody getting impeached and somebody like getting charged with perjury. There are many witnesses who end up getting impeached on something, and the number of people that end up getting charged with perjury is like super tiny. It's got to be like a really serious lie in order for it to end up with a perjury charge. Because part of it could be that somebody gets impeached because not because they're intentionally lying, but because they're, they forgot maybe, or they stated things in a way that was sort of accurate but not totally accurate. You okay up there? Anyway, let me see here really quick. Okay. Next question. Luna X Nova. Do you think they are getting too in the weeds? I think all they have to show is she didn't check the bullet properly and handed it off. Too much info might be confusing. This is one of the things that I've been thinking about the state's case, is that they are allowing themselves to go down the defense's rabbit holes a little bit too much. I think the whole thing about Seth Kenney, they want to put evidence on to rebut that claim, but I feel like there's been so much emphasis on that issue about, who brought the live rounds on set, that like the more we get into this trial, the more I feel like it's a nothing burger. And it ends up being kind of a big distraction from the issue of whether or not Hannah did what she was supposed to do as the armorer on set. I think, and this it gets back to the opening statement. This is why a good, clear opening statement is really important, especially when you're the side that wants things to be super simple, which is the state here. It's helpful to sort of refocus. Well, at the very beginning, focus in the jury on what are the main issues here? What's really important here? Because then the jury can start to sort of see over time, like, okay, well, they're trying to distract me with that thing. I don't need to be distracted with that. You know what I mean? So I think for the state, the case should be very simple. And so by allowing themselves to kind of go down a lot of these rabbit holes that the defense is putting up is detrimental to the state's case, because it's just a distraction. Doctor Who A675309. Problem is a hung jury and resulting retrial would be a couple of years down the road. That's bad for witness memory retention at the very least. Yeah, that's another reason why the state might not want to retry it. So this is why, like, for the defense, it's a good thing to end up with a mistrial, because you at least buy yourself the opportunity for the state to choose not to retry. Anthony L. Dandria, is there anything that you've seen so far that may cause a mistrial? Honestly, I think that some of the state's comments, especially that we've really started to see today, the comments about the defense attorney and like his incompetence, saying all of that in front of the jury, there are plenty of defense attorneys that would experience that and file a motion for a mistrial because of that. I don't know if it would succeed, but there are a lot of people that would very reasonably file that motion at the very least. Okay, let me see if I've got any more questions here. Yeah, I know. Mavi's up to all kinds of shenanigans. Yeah, MYH10, don't worry. They're not real candles. They are plastic. They've got batteries inside. Don't worry, she's not getting to the batteries. So that's it's not, she's not actually biting into anything there. All righty. Any more? Scout and Bradley, I keep thinking this is a practice for Baldwin. Do you think I'm right? Absolutely. Absolutely. In a lot of ways, yes. Not in every single way. I'm sure that the state probably has some ways in which they want to differentiate their case against Alec Baldwin. There are some things that they'll be focusing on there as opposed to here. But in a lot of ways, this is a really good practice run for that. And that's one of the reasons why I think that that's one of the reasons why they dropped the charges and then recharged, is because they probably wanted Alec Baldwin's case to be after this one to make sure that if they have some kinks in their case, that they work them out before his trial. Granted, he can also watch the first trial, so he also gets intelligence on what they are planning to do, and can also you know, maneuver and strategize as well. All right, folks. I think that for me about does it. Thank you so much for joining and watching this with me. Today was definitely a spicy day. A lot of spice thrown around in all directions. I really appreciate you guys watching with me, and thank you to those watching live or on replay, folks in the chat, folks in the comments, folks that are watching and lurking. Oh, thank you so much, poll. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, here is the poll. Poll results. Okay, end of day 5, which way do you lean on involuntary manslaughter? 52% said guilty. 32% said nope, still too soon. And 14% said not guilty. Okay. So that's a little bit shifted towards not guilty, away from guilty from earlier today, beginning of the day. Although it is also a smaller number of votes, so keep that in mind. But I mean, interesting to see how that kind of shifted in the other direction, nonetheless. All right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you. This has been great. And also, I didn't mention this. Thank you to the mods. I always try to thank the mods because I know that they are always, active on here and trying to do their best to help the community with maintaining a good flow of dialogue. And I always appreciate that. So with that, tomorrow we've got day 6. I will be just setting up that live stream for the morning, and look out for links and everything else. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow as well. We will see what kind of madness happens on day 6. All right, guys, see you in the next one.